Hey everyone, it would be helpful if I remember to actually, hit the unmute button on this thing and actually talk into the microphone. But every so often, I forget some really basic stuff. Welcome to the first community night here on YouTube, by the way. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to run. This is the first time doing one of these. I will say, to fill in the dead space, I'll be actually prepping out some tutorials I'll be doing. They're going to be beginner tutorials, though. And I'm not entirely sure of everything I'm going to be doing for those tutorials. But, yeah, we'll take it as it comes, as it were. And I will answer any questions. So, Sam, Politically Incorrect Games, welcome in. How are you doing today? Sam, to answer your question, I'm recovering from COVID. I finally tested negative. I am still having sleep issues, though, and I'm still having a bit of some lingering symptoms. But I am doing better, allegedly. How are you doing today? I do stress the word allegedly. And yeah, so we won't be doing what we did in the other live streams. I'm experimenting with timings and seeing how things fit best into the community and what the community needs. So, yeah. We will, I'm just responding to a message randomly in Discord. Sorry about that. And clearly losing my train of thought as a result. What we'll do then is I'm just going to load up. Actually, I've already loaded it up. I'm just going to start working on it. And as I work on the prep, if there are any questions, anything going on that people are curious about, I'll try to my best to answer them. All right, so I've been rambling at you for 5 minutes. Well, you've been listening to music for a bit of that. I've been rambling at you for a couple of minutes. So what I'm going to do is just switch over to our main screen, and we'll get started. Of course, I hit the wrong button. I had to figure out what I just recorded, I know what I recorded. I had to figure out where that recording was just saved and deleted after this. But now we will start. Alright, so I've decided to have my camera up here. I'm not entirely sure why. I actually might move it to the other side. Just let me know how it works for you. Also, please let me know if the music is too loud or if it's just fine, what have you. So, I'm going to create, I'm not sure the order in which I'm going to do these. I have, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think. Mastermind. Endless Runner, Smash Hit, Battle Royale, Marbles. So, just gonna very quickly get a notepad open. So, I have that in the wrong window. We're gonna be doing beginner tutorials for UE5 and one advanced, quote unquote, advanced tutorial for UE5. So that'll be a Battle Royale replicated. We will be doing a Endless Runner. Not replicated. Smash Hit. Not replicated. Extension of the Endless Runner. Marble Void replicated. And I know I mentioned another one. I had 5 fingers up a moment ago. Oh, I'll do Mastermind here. And Alright, so I have an endless runner we're going to create as a beginner tutorial for people new to Unreal 5. Excuse me. We'll then extend that out to do a clone of the game known as Smash Hit. If you don't know, Smash Hit is a mobile game that is procedural in nature on some level. We'll talk about how to do that. Mastermind is something I did previously when I was teaching this to people in my VR lab at the university I work for. Marble Void is just a marble gold game. I'm not entirely sure how to explain that one. Welcome in, Vic. Vic, community night just means that there's no real agenda here. We're just going to hang out. I'm going to answer any questions people have about Unreal Engine, about the direction of the community, about the tutorials, just, you know, be around kind of thing. There is no set agenda like we have with the other streams where, hey, we're going to be working on X, Y, Z. I will be previewing while we're here, just so that I'm not staring at the screen talking to the void. I'll be prepping out some of the tutorials I'm planning to do on the channel, and on the screen right now you can see the list of the tutorials I have planned out. So we'll be doing a mix of non-replicated, so non-multiplayer and multiplayer tutorials. And this is, some of them are meant to ease in people to Unreal 5, some are meant to introduce concepts like replication. They're all going to be in C++, I think. Maybe except for Mastermind and parts of Smash Hit. I haven't entirely decided. So I plan to run this for at least 4 hours. I think that's what I said I was going to do. Because my other streams tend to run like 7 hours, and yeah, those can get really tiring for me. I did not mean to end the event on Discord. Oh god. Whoops. So that is definitely not what I meant to do, and I can't undo it. Whoops. So yeah, I plan on doing this for about 4 hours and then calling it there, just because, you know, it's already 5 o'clock here in England. So with that said, if you have any questions, please let me know. Sam, you still haven't answered my question about how you're doing today. And yeah, I don't know why that's lagging so much. Also, my screen color seems to be really faded today. After using Photoshop, for some reason, everything just seems duller on my screen, and I don't know why. But that's a minor point. Alright, so, I read that as import game, and I just had a moment of, what? Alright, I'm just gonna create some folders for myself really quickly. Alright. So, let's see. I'm going to need a core folder, of course, and I'm going to need a maps folder. And I already know I'm going to need a meshes folder. All right. Whew. I'm just thinking about this. I don't know entirely what I'm going to do. So, well, I'm going to do new. I will walk people through going from an empty world level. I think that makes the most sense. Oh, Sam, excuses about not hearing things. Tut, tut, tut. Joking, man. Glad to hear you're doing well. And Vic, how are you doing today? Also, politically incorrect games. You didn't answer earlier when I asked. And then very quickly to save this. All right. So I'm going to look for a sky atmosphere. Actually, I'm going to delete that. What I'm going to do is I am going to get my environment light mixer, which I already have open. I always forget to have that. So we'll create a skylight, an atmospheric light 1, but not, or 0, but not 1, sky atmosphere, height fog. All right. And then let's find our skylight. Actually, what we'll do is it Control Alt L or Control L? I always forget. Control L. There we go. And we'll give ourselves a high Newton sun. We'll create a folder called Lighting and Sky. And also, there is no announcements. The announcement was in the server earlier today. Unfortunately, the announcements for the live streams go out significantly before the live stream, because I'll make another announcement there just so people are aware. Because they go live once. Sorry, they get announced once YouTube has put them on my channel, even if they're not running yet. So Me6 picks it up at that point. All right, I have now posted on the Discord. I posted on the Discord server. That makes more sense. Let me just do it this way. Wow, the grammar on that was really bad. All right, fixed. There we go. Yeah, if you look at the notifications, you'll see one at 13:41 for this one, and you'll see the one for tomorrow was at 12:47 today. So it does announce it. It just announces it once I have set them on YouTube, not when they're actually happening. So there is a bit of a downside there. And I also just realized putting my camera there means you can't see what I just did. So that's all I just did. All right. And then we're going to switch over to brush editing. Nope. Modeling. Cool. All right. And yeah, what we'll do for this is we'll create a cube grid. And I'm just going to make it, say, 4 wide and just bring it out that way. Hit E. Okay. And then if we want to extend this out, we can just keep hitting E. Or, that was the wrong button, Control drag it out. Alright, that should give us a bit of room to play with. And we will mark that as complete. We'll go to our generated. I should have done this in my meshes folder. I'm just going to move that into meshes. And we'll delete the generated folder. In meshes, we're just going to rename this as SM Road. Okay. There we go. Short, simple, sweet. Okay. So now what we need is a class for this one. Or we need a class for the player, right? So we're going to just go ahead and create a class. By the way, at any point, feel free to interrupt me. Ask any questions you have. All right, so in this, what I'll do is create a new class. This is not going to follow the actual structure. It will be a pawn class. Actually, really quick, I want off that mode. All right, we'll do this in public for now. This will be player cube. Yes, we're gonna name this thing player cube. Actually, I wish I hadn't done the public thing. Cancel for a minute. We're gonna start that again. There was something I wanted to do before we go to public, but I'm not entirely sure if it will let me do it the way I want to do. So player cube, and then I'm gonna call this endless runner. And then public. Nope, I had to do that. Okay. Fair enough. All right, create our class. There we go. Huh. I've never had that work before. I am pleasantly surprised? Question mark? Like, I really like that worked, but I did not see that actually, I did not predict that it actually would happen. Alright, let's hit reload. Okay. You're gonna see another thing open up because I have some notes. Another solution open up because I have some notes, but I just need to find where that solution is. I already have it. I opened the project for it. I didn't open the solution for it. That's the problem. That's why I can't find it. Hey there, Kiwi. How you doing, man? Everything going all right? So, let me just, as I said, get the correct thing open, and I'm kind of blanking on what I'm looking for. I think I'm looking for my marble void thingy. Yeah, I think I am. Alright. Sorry, I've already kind of prepped out a couple of these, like marble, the marble void thing. In fact, I started recording marble void just before Unreal 5 came out using early access, so we will be very much aware that some of these things are probably not all that accurate. Alright, so let's go into our player cube header here. And let me get the chat back on my screen. Alright. So I have just my own little things I like doing. I like doing that. Saying this is the default constructor. Alright, and then we're gonna do attributes. Alright, so under attributes, we're going to have protected. And I'm just trying to think what I'm going to need. I'm going to need a static mesh. So I'm going to need to include a header for my static mesh. So for this, we're gonna do include with a pound sign and not a 3 sign, and it's gonna be components, static mesh component. All right, and under this protected one, we're gonna do U property visible anywhere blueprint read only. And then category, master, subcategory, mesh. And we'll call this U static mesh component. Marble, oh, sorry, not marble, sorry. Cube mesh. Okay. I know I'm gonna have a private, by the way, so I'm just gonna get it ready. And it's actually just gonna be a float called mass, which we'll set to 25F. And this is the mass measured in kilograms. Okay. Sorry, I'm confused what this was and why it was still open. Yeah. Hey there, Kelly, how you doing? Welcome in. By the way, just so you're aware, when you thought I had a sponsor, that's Patreon. Patreon is a service that allows people who watch my videos and come onto the channel to donate money. It's not a like a corporate sponsor or anything. Unfortunately, I don't think as a person doing tutorials, I will get one of those. So yeah, welcome in. I just remembered I forgot to post this on Facebook like I did last time. It's early for you. What are you doing online this early? Well, not online, but you know, Friday. Speaking of which, happy Friday the 13th, everybody. I hope nobody gets murdered by a random horror film character today. Speaking of which, the 4th version of Freaky Friday, and yes, there are 4 versions. There's the original version, which nobody knows, the remake, which everybody knows, the Lindsay Lohan version, and then the Vince Vaughn horror movie version known as Freaky. Yeah, I don't know why probably because Freaky made me think of mass murderers, and that, or not mass murderers, like horror movies, which takes place on Friday the 13th, and how many movies take place on Friday the 13th that are horror films. Okay. Sorry for the random rambling there. And for anyone coming in, just remember, as a community day, feel free to interrupt me at any point. I'm going to try to keep an eye on the chat. If you notice me looking this way, what I'm actually looking at is the chat. If I'm looking this way, I'm looking at what you are seeing on my live stream, just so you're all aware. So I'm a bit concerned that I'm getting an error message, but I mean, that one is expected. We know that's going to come up, but it is saying that I am missing a semicolon somewhere. And as far as I can tell, I am not. All right, use static mesh component pointer. I'm a bit concerned right now. I'm just going to paste in a copy of the actual wording that we aren't getting the right colors. Like, that isn't being recognized as an object like it should be, or a class reference like it should be. So I might generate the files really quickly just to see if that resolves the issue, but I will wait a few minutes and get us further into this. Who was in the first one, and when did the first one get released? Like, I know I haven't seen the first one. I know the remake, which everyone thinks is the first one, is the more popular of the two, and that's the one I first saw. Line 26. There shouldn't be a semicolon there. So, uProperty is a macro, and this macro is what enables the blueprint components of it. It actually is looking for that semicolon, which is why it indented it when I first did it. However, there could be typos in that line, and because uProperty specifiers are never like identified correctly until you compile, unless you have certain IntelliSense settings in, it can cause issues. It's probably just taking time to refresh. Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. As I didn't even notice when it switched over. Yeah, so now it's recognizing it. We're good. Okay. So for those of you not aware, usually, I'm actually going to come back to that, AJ, in just a moment. By the way, welcome in. Usually my IntelliSense is a bit faster due to what I have set up. So, AJ, I don't use Rider, and I have a couple of reasons I don't use Rider. And I know that there are links already out there for YouTube. Sorry, not YouTube. For Unreal. The thing I'm working in, I forgot the name of. But most people who come to my tutorials who are doing the C++ side of it aren't going to be experienced coders. Aren't going to have that background in it. So I find it's easier for me to go, hey, I'm having this thing pop up. See ya, Kelly. Have a wonderful weekend. And thank you for coming in, by the way. So I find it's easier if I don't use it, so I can say, hey, this is what to expect, this is what to see, that. And I had one point before my original computer for my tutorials died. It's actually sitting right next to me, which is why I'm pointing to it, not that you can tell that I'm pointing. Before that died, I actually set up IntelliSense. I had found a setting in IntelliSense for Unreal pretty much, and there's add-ons you can install for IntelliSense that made it just run so much smoother than it normally does, and that what everyone complains about. But Rider, Linter, things like that, the other sort of options, or Visual Assist, because like Host, or because people don't have them set up when they're beginners, I tend to leave it off. Like, personally, for a long time, until I actually used it, I was thinking, oh, I'm going to use electric nodes in my BP tutorials. I don't like electric nodes anymore. I think the concept's cool. I think parts of it are nice. I actually don't like the look of it, but I do like the insert feature. That part, I love the insert feature. But again, because most people coming to my tutorials aren't going to have it, and if they're beginners, they get really confused. And if you don't think that beginners get confused by some really simple things, I've had a few people on my server already go, oh yeah, well, I was doing it in a different version of the engine, and I couldn't figure out if, you know, this was due to X, or if that was due to me, or if that was due to you, or what have you, or even if they're in the same version. Sorry if you're hearing a can opening, I'm having a monster. Like, the number of people, and there's a reason why, like in the Survival series and the RTS Remaster series as well, I say, and make sure to come off your route if you, your route off your false, and if you don't, and you run into issues at the end of this video, don't comment on it until you have checked that false. Is because, despite saying that numerous times in the original RTS series, people are going, this isn't working, this isn't updating. And I'm like, looking at the comment, I'm like, yeah, you missed the false branch. That's why. You're only looking at a true branch. So I try to keep things as, not generic, but as what the beginner who's looking at my tutorials is going to see. For people who are more advanced, I know they're going to come in and mock me a bit for not using it. Like, if you watch some of my videos, there are times where I'm working in C++ in Unreal, and I actually flat out go, yep, if you're not new to Unreal, I know you're using something that isn't IntelliSense most likely. Please don't judge me. But yeah, thanks for understanding around that. Like, I get it's weird not using it. Trust me, I'd rather use some other software, to be fair. Like, Linter, Rider, what have you. But, yeah. We need a... Well, give me 1 second. My 3 key clearly decided to break. If you hear something plasticky, it's just the key ring. Alright, let's pop the key back out of place. I have no idea why my E key or 3 key, and yes, that's E and 3. Sorry, I pulled off the 2 as well, which is why the 2's just popped up. You can see a whole bunch of 3's for a moment. Yeah, no, my 3 is definitely, Alright. Gonna try to see if I can just get this back in without it doing weirdness. There we go. We'll ignore I deleted the entire file for a second. Also, it's suddenly really boiling in my place, so sorry if you hear background noise now that I leaned over and opened the window. We need a spring arm, a camera component, and that's it. Okay, so we're going to include game framework, spring arm component, and we're going to include a core components. Oh wait, no, what am I doing? Sorry, I'm thinking of the RTS tutorial suddenly, and I'm like, we need to create a custom movement controller, which we might actually do for this as well. I haven't decided if that's too advanced for beginners or not to do. You know, I might do that in the follow-up tutorial for this one. We have the static mesh, we have the spring arm, we need the camera. So that's camera component. For anyone wondering how I know what the headers are, I am cheating a tiny bit. I have my notes on the other window next to the YouTube chat, and I have the Unreal API open as well. Good thing there's Control Z. Yes, good. I mean, I actually had some issues with Control Z before not working or undoing. Like, for some reason, sometimes in Unreal, and I can't work out when this is going to happen. I thought I had, and then I ruled out the one condition I thought this would be in. But sometimes when I move a node and I hit Control Z, it moves it back. Other times, which is what I expected to do. Other times, if I move a node and then hit Control Z, it undoes whatever I did before I moved the node and does not move the node back. Like, I'll plug in a node, I move the node, I hit Control Z, it unplugs the node but leaves it where I moved it to. I don't know if that's a me thing or if other people have experienced it. It's in a couple of the videos where you kind of hear me go, what the? And every so often when that does happen, you might notice a little bit of a jump in the video. It's because I'm swearing for a good 10 seconds. Like, I have a song called the Effity song. And no, I don't call it the Effity song. I actually say the whole word, but since we're, live, I'm going to try not to swear. Because swearing is bad. right. I'm just trying to think. You know what? I'm not going to think about how I would actually do this in a tutorial because it's a prep file. I'm going to just walk through what I'm doing. I'll talk as I go. If people think of anything weird or hear anything weird in what I'm saying, please let me know. So I'm going to leave the tick in because we actually do need the tick. We are not replicating. Sorry, just give me a moment. I'm looking at a couple of my notes and I'm a bit confused as to what the heck I was planning. Because I have things on the replicated notes for like dealing with latency and lag that I actually don't plan to deal with because there are significantly better resources than anything I could come up in a beginner tutorial out there. Game Dev TV, for example. Oh, speaking of which, I said that I couldn't find Cherno's C++ game engine tutorial. It's called Sparky. I found it. I don't know why I couldn't. I think the Java thing, which is something that came up when I did a quick search through YouTube. Sorry about that. I will make a comment about that in tomorrow's stream. And remember, tomorrow's stream is at 12:30 BST, so British Summertime. GMT plus 1 hour, minus 1 hour, one of the two. But yeah, no, that will be the second C++ game engine tutorial I will be live streaming me doing. But we have like 80 videos to get through of the other one first. And the guy is actually still releasing videos, so good on him. And again, I do hope the quality improves. I kind of have a feeling, though, after watching his videos, and again, I'll be making this comment tomorrow, that they aren't so much tutorials as they are more of a dev blog or dev vlog than anything else. And that isn't a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. All right, so we want to set up primary mesh and root, which are going to be the same thing, by the way. So what the heck did I just name this thing? Cube mesh. Cube mesh will be create default sub object, and the class will be a uStatic mesh component. Its text, which should, no, text, really? Oh, I have caps lock on that, that's why. Will be cube mesh. And so that creates the mesh. And then we're going to set root component. And this will be our cube mesh. Should I give the API for A actors in the description of the tutorial? Question mark. We are going to take cube mesh and we are going to set simulate physics true. We are going to take the cube mesh and we are going to set mass override in kilograms to fname cube mesh, and I think I named it mass. I did. Sorry, it was taking me a minute to see it. Mass, and we'll do the final argument is true. Definitely give the API for this one. And then we'll do cube mesh. Set linear dampening to 0.5. How do I explain this to newbies? That's the question I have. I also have the next one I'm going to do, which is cube mesh set angular dampening to 0.5. Like, again, how do I explain this? And then finally, we're going to do cube mesh set generate overlap events to true. That one's easy to explain. Don't get me wrong on that one. Okay. So we will then do, I'm just trying to think of anything else I need to do for this one. Actually, we're going to change this from 25 to 100. Okay. We need to do the spring arm. I'll think about anything else I'm forgetting in a moment. So set up spring arm. And you know what? I included the headers, but I actually forgot to do anything in here because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. All right, I'm just gonna cheat and copy that line. And this, I'm just gonna comment this out as default or root mesh for player pawn. Okay, camera spring arm. Let's paste that in. This should be visible anywhere. Blueprint read only. This isn't mesh. This is camera. It is a U. Come on, U spring arm component called spring arm. And we have the camera, and I should just copy the line above because and camera, this is U camera component pointer player camera. Okay, and you know what, I am gonna just actually group these together like that because I prefer that. I like having things that are relevant to each other grouped together, and those three things to me are always relevant to each other, if that makes sense. All right, now that we've done that, I think I named it spring arm. I did. Good on me. Spring arm equals create really, I would love for IntelliSense to come and create default sub object, because God knows I'm gonna keep typoing like that. You know what? If you don't want to play nice with me, IntelliSense, I'm just gonna copy and paste stuff. Okay? Okay. And this will be U spring arm component. Thank you. Text will be spring arm. All right. And then spring arm setup attachment. Sorry, that was not right. Attachment, and that is cube mesh. And then we're gonna do spring arm B do collision test equals false. Really quickly, because that is the UE4 version, I just want to check something really quickly. Spring arm B, it's the one we did. Get enabled. Nope. Okay, so we don't have a setter for that. We just have the exposed boolean. I'm gonna do the same for camera lag before I do this because I'm gonna potentially use this one, but I just want to see if they're nope. So we're using an exposed boolean again. We're gonna set that to false. And then spring arm, and I'm gonna guess at my numbers in a moment, but this is gonna be set using absolute rotation to true. And then we'll do spring arm set relative rotation as F rotator -45 0 0. Actually, we're gonna do 35, and then we will put a semicolon in. We will do spring arm target arm length And we'll try this. And I'm just gonna give myself some other notes of levels to try. Because I'm not entirely sure if that's gonna be the right length. I'm just gonna give myself some numbers that I'm going to want to test afterwards to see if these are good values to use. But hey, the joys of prep. You know when I say, oh, I've experimented with different numbers and this is what's come out, or I've tried different things, that's what I'm saying, that's what that's about. And usually I do leave those notes in for myself so I can remind myself to tell the audience, hey, you're gonna have to do some trial and error, because nothing is ever straightforward, or nothing ever comes, like, you're not gonna get everything right. Even if the code is correct, the effects, the little details, all that polished stuff still has to be done, so it's never perfect. And something I might like in my design of a game, of a level, of what have you, might not be something that you or another audience member likes. But what I want people to do with my tutorials is understand what's going on and expand from it. I try to give people the tools not just to follow what I'm doing, but to take it a step further. Nice to see some C++ for a change, so many tutorials, so many BP tutorials around at the Mo. Yeah, I can't find any modern C++ ones. When I say modern, I don't mean C++ 14. There's a reason you don't see those in Unreal. That wasn't a joke, by the way. For anyone who doesn't actually know, one of the major complaints about Unreal and C++ is that you have to learn their API. They wrote the API for Unreal prior to modern C++. So a lot of the things that they have, which now modern C++ has, and a lot of new people are learning when they learn C++, and they're struggling to use it because the engine won't allow it. Well, it's because when they wrote the engine, those things didn't exist, and trying to put them in now, you'd have to remake the engine. Unreal 5. But Nick, welcome in. How are you doing, man? I will be doing my new beginners tutorials for Unreal purely in C++, for the most part. Not purely, I shouldn't say purely. I'll be mixing C++ and blueprints. But here are the tutorials that we're planning for the beginners here. And then I have this one. I've actually recorded this one, but I'm going to have to redo it because I recorded it in early access Unreal 5, and now that actual Unreal 5 is out, I'm going to want to just re-record it so people don't go, oh, you're doing it in early access once there's the differences that affect my code. I actually don't use Unreal 5 features, really, so there shouldn't be. But again, as I mentioned to somebody else earlier, people with the most minor differences on something don't understand that it still works. The number of people have said, oh, this doesn't work. Like, okay, actually, let's start that sentence again. The number of people who have said, after I have said, this tutorial that you're doing of mine, which I did in Unreal 4, will work in Unreal 5, except for these two parts, who then go, this isn't working, is it due to Unreal 5? No, I have tested it. I have told you the only two parts that do not work are X and Y. But mine's not working. It isn't due to Unreal 5 and a difference in Unreal 5 in my code. Or the number of people, I'm doing it in a later version than you. Like, I'm doing it in 4.26 and it's not working. You know, is there a difference between 4.26 and 4.23? And it's like, I've even mentioned it in the tutorials, we're updating to 4.26. No, there is exactly one difference between my code at 4.22, and I know I said 2.3 earlier, because we actually started in 2.2 and moved to 2.3, between 4.22 and 4.26 at the point we do the update. And in fact, that difference comes in when we update to 4.23. And that is one node has 2 extra pins. And you can delete the 2 nodes after and use those 2 pins instead. But still, sorry for the angry ranting, but like, if I'm telling people, if you're following my tutorials, well, one, then you should be trusting me in what I'm doing, unless you're judging me, which, whatever. But if you're a newbie following my tutorials and I'm telling you X, Y, Z, and then you're going, but, it's like, no. You can't have it both ways. Either you trust me in what I'm saying, you trust that I've done the work, and the number of times where I've actually had a screenshot, hey, here it is in Unreal 5 and it works. It's been driving me crazy. Like, so many people do it. Sorry again for the rant. And I get when someone's not confident and going, and they want to have just a reassurance check. That's a different matter. It's when they get argumentative with me that makes me go, yeah, I'm no longer have COVID, but I'm still having some symptoms, lingering symptoms, that is. So I am doing better. Cough is mostly gone. Still have a bit of chest pain. Still have some of the secondary symptoms, but yeah. Sorry for the long ramble in the middle of that. So next we're gonna set up camera, and I'm pretty sure I named this player camera. I did. Player camera, and that is equal to create default subobject uCamera. By the way, how are you doing, Nick? Component, and that is going to be text. Sorry, I thought I hit the caps lock key there. I did not. Camera, and yes, I noticed that I did not follow the conventions that I've been using, where cube mesh is cube mesh, spring arm is spring arm, but camera is not player camera. It is just camera. All right, then we're gonna do player camera, and we will do set up attachment, and this will be to spring arm, and it will I skipped something, and I'm not entirely sure what I skipped, and it's bugging me. Okay, I'll work that in a minute. Fname. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't even be all caps. That's not a macro. It's a variable type. Spring endpoint, I think. Think that's the name of the thing. And then we do player camera. Use pawn control rotation to false. Sorry, I'm not sure how I'm actually going to be setting this up, so I am making a note to myself. That isn't a tutorial note. That isn't for something down the road. That is just actually for me to go, have I done this right? What am I forgetting? Create object, set up attachment, collision, lag. I don't care about rotation, lag, rotation, relative rotation, length, create, set up. I can't think of it. Maybe I'm just, yeah, I could just, yeah. So this is going to be an endless runner. So we don't need to move forward. We do need a move right though. Okay. So how do we do that? We go over to our player header here for a second. And we check. We have that. Good. We need that. And then we're going to create a private function. And just really quickly, I'm going to copy over my little note I use for methods. Okay. And this private method will be void move right float value. Sorry, I'm going to keep my Pascal casing. And let's just go ahead and quickly add that in. Wow, it is much... You know, that actually might get rid of some of the errors I've been having with IntelliSense. There we go. Okay. So, what I'm going to do... And I need to make a note to myself. And that isn't the note to myself, by the way, right here. We need to do player input component. which is a pointer, bind axis, because it's an axis command, not bind action, move right, and I'm going to quickly add my note now. And in project settings, so in the tutorial, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add it to the project settings first, and then we're going to come here. Otherwise, it gets a little bit too confusing because we're doing things in abstraction, and I mean abstraction, not in a coding sense. Yeah, same idea. But in a more, when I say abstraction in this case, I mean in a conceptual way of trying to understand and teach. So in terms of teaching, it's actually better to do the project settings first, then to do this. It's this class, so we will do a player cube. Took me a minute to remember the class, even though I'm looking right at it. Move right, and there we go. Okay. So on move right, what are we going to do? I'm just trying to think about how I'm going to do this, because I haven't decided if I'm actually going to put the controller in that I talked about a moment ago or not. No, we're not. What we're going to do, however, here is we're going to create a new variable. And this will be called our, this will be a float called write input value, which will default to 0. There we go. Okay, sorry, I'm hearing kids play outside and it confused me because I don't live near children, but I just realized my neighbor has his grandchildren over probably. Okay, so what we'll do here is we will set our right movement. We'll take this right input value, and we will set that equal to the value that we're passing in. Okay. You're going to tell me you don't have access to it, and I don't believe you. Really? Oh. Huh. Okay. Beginner prep. Okay. I forgot. Okay, so it's a new pop-up. I'm so used to it being in the window that just is honestly throwing me for such a weird loop. I kind of like it. Okay. I just need to think about this for a second. Alright, so we're going to be using our tick. Because endless runner, we're always moving, so the tick is just makes the most sense for what we want to do. Explain tick, when to use it in general. Explain why. In an endless runner, it makes more sense to use tick than a timer. Explain the differences between a BP tick, bad, usually, not always, and a C++ tick. And yes, there actually are differences. It's the same thing, but because of how they run, ticks are, yeah. We're going to just put a check in, and that is if cube mesh is equal to null pointer, nope, null pointer, then we want to return. So return early if null to prevent wasting processing. And honestly, I know that's technically wasting processing by doing that check, but honestly, I'd rather have that minor waste of, sorry, my hair is dropping from my eyes, which I keep doing that, or at least 1 or 2 strands. I'm not sure if you can see it on stream. Hey there, Sergey. How are you doing, man? Welcome in. So yeah, I'd rather have that little bit of waste there on that line than have it run and there actually not be a mesh for it to move. So Frank, if you are using a tick that is going to be, if you're going to be something every frame, which is what we are doing here, we are doing something every frame, then using a tick is perfectly acceptable and typically is going to be more efficient than other options. By creating a timer that runs at the same speed of a tick, you're actually going to be less efficient. Second, it is well documented within the Epic documentation that the blueprint version of a tick actually is less efficient than the C++ version in ways that other nodes aren't. Third, I've done entire tutorials on tick and a lot of the misconceptions around them and their use. Fourth, it is one of the things I actually submitted to Epic when I did my Epic authorized instructor certification. Was an entire, the second video I had to send to them of my teaching was on ticks. Actually, the first one was pretty much this. Actually, the first one was Marble Void, but for some reason that didn't record properly, so I sent them 2 other ones. They were supposed to get 2. They ended up with 3. So we need to have another variable for velocity. So let's go back here, and velocity is actually going to be an F vector. And we'll go back here. And we'll do velocity is equal to, and then we will take our cube mesh and do get physics calisthenics. I think it's linear velocity, and I don't have the API for that open, so I'm just gonna double check that really quickly. Give me 1 second because I'm actually forgetting. UE5 API. That is not C++. That is the also that's not Unreal 5. That is Blueprint. Okay. Well, it popped up correctly there. I can't get it on their API. Darn, don't really need to attack me. Already build an endless runner in EU5. Ticks are called on both second stroke frame or C++. Right. You come into a channel, you don't say hi. The first thing you say when you come into the channel is pretty much, hey, you're doing this wrong. You are the one who started with the aggression. I am going to respond to the incorrect statement, and the second incorrect statement again, as, well, you didn't show any politeness. I am going to politely tell you you're wrong. And then, because you've decided to continue that, I am now going to pull up the documentation on this topic. Give me a second. C++ versus BP Because, again, there is an entire thing on this, on the Epic documentation. Also, a whole bunch of Reddit threads on it. And, again, I have built many endless runners. I teach coding for a living. I am an authorized Unreal instructor based on said teaching. And I run a tutorial channel. Clearly, I'm going to be doing things for beginners. Thus, Endless Runner. Again, not coming in with a, hey, how are you? What are you actually doing? And making assumptions, as the saying goes, makes an ass out of you and me. Hi. My name's Dr. Zach Parker. I run a VR lab. I do VR research. I'm an authorized Unreal instructor. I don't like people coming in, not greeting me, and saying, hey, you're wrong about what you're doing without knowing what they're talking about. So, why have you used construction cube mesh equals null pointer but not? That's actually a good question there, Sergey. The reason I do that is because when I first learned Unreal, the ensure method that I was taught always used the null pointer. So for me, that is a habit that has remained. I have told you why. If you are too slow to pick up on it, I am not going to repeat myself. Also, I suggest, by the way, before you continue this conversation, you talk to Nick from Epic Games, who wrote the documentation on it, who made the note, oh, hang on, I'm trying to find the actual one from Nick. I remember he wrote it, because I actually asked him, I sent him an email about it, or DM on the forum. I can't find it. And to be fair, oh God, that's why I'm boiling. Why have you turned on? It is over 20 degrees here. You do not need to be on, radiator. Oh, Jesus. So, let me get the chat back up. Sorry, I minimized it. Sorry, I'm trying to find the chat. I've minimized it, and because there are multiple tabs open, it's taking me a moment. Give me a moment, folks. There it is. Alright, let me switch chats to answer dude person who's question. Sorry, that face was at YouTube being weird on my end. And Frank, perhaps I did. Perhaps I did pick up the wrong way. Sorry, I literally got the chat up as that next message came in. And perhaps I did. But I don't know how many coding tutorial live streams you've been in. But I will tell you, the vast majority of people who come in, who don't do any greeting, again, notice that I'm harping on that part too, who say, oh, hey, this is blah, or that's blah, or that doesn't match what you said, typically are coming in very much more like, there's a sort of level of toxicity and aggression that is very common with people who come in the way you came in. So I am going to respond that way just to stamp down any BS that tends to come up. Because trust me, after the 1,000th, actually even after the 10th time of doing it, it is very irksome. I don't know you from Adam. I mean, you could be on my server for all I know. A lot of the names on the server versus YouTube don't match, and even if you're on my server, there's over 500 people there. I forget names left, right, and center unless I'm talking to that person actively. So it's you coming in going, where's your exact line? There's not that big of a difference. It can read very differently than how you have intended it to read. Greeting is not a rule. Yes, I'm an EDF streamer. So I'm assuming you've had people come into your stream telling you, hey, you're doing this wrong, numerous times. Even if they have no idea what they're talking about. Even if they haven't watched what you're doing or know what references you've made and things like that. And very recently, because of this stuff happening, or people telling me who are doing my tutorials, but not following them correctly, oh, this doesn't work, and it's like, yes, it does. I showed you the video of it working, and everyone else isn't having this issue. It gets very tiring. So it is... Okay, so yeah, I don't mean my streams. I mean in your streams. When you do your streams, have you had people come in and tell you, hey, you're doing this wrong, without them knowing what you're doing? Because, I mean, I've been doing online tutorials for, 3 years now, I think? And almost every time I live stream, unless I'm doing just pure C++, if I'm doing anything in Unreal, I will have people come in and correct me without greeting. And it's like, you don't know what I'm doing, or why I'm doing it, or like, because sometimes, like, when I'm doing things like this is prep code for a later tutorial, I will be intentionally making mistakes so that I can explain common pitfalls. So like, in one of my old tutorials, which isn't the best one out there, I actually bring over the prep file, which is in Blueprint, and it has a comment over one section that says, hey, there's a swear word, skip this to show a very common mistake. Or skip this to show common mistakes that newbies make. Things like that. So you'll often see that. Like, for example, there's this comment down here. Do this in reverse on the tutorial. Is because the way in which you want to teach it, like the way I would code it, I'm doing it the way I would code it because I know that I'm going to have to go back to my game settings or project settings and add that in. But when I do a tutorial, I do project settings first, then the code, so that the audience member can follow it, but it wouldn't be my natural workflow or the workflow of a lot of people I know, if that makes sense. I think you've missed where I've explained that. So, very simply put, the way in which that was phrased, where you come in right after I talk about this thing, saying the different isn't that, you know, great. Without any greeting, comes across as, with most people who don't come in with a greeting, as part of the toxic element of the game dev community. And as I indicated, and I asked, but you've not correctly answered, because you answered about my stream, not your streams, this happens a lot in game dev streams. I have gone on Twitch and watched other people have to deal with it. I just don't deal with it anymore. If I don't get a greeting and someone says, oh, hey, it says something that can potentially disagree or say that I'm wrong, I am going to respond of, well, you know, this is what I do professionally. Right, anyway, I am going to get back to what I was doing. So, we were moving for the Endless Runner on this tick. And we're not going to have any jump. That will be in the Marble Void, so I don't need to handle jump. What I do need to handle is speed. Yeah, we're going to handle speed. So we need another attribute, which will be... It will be private, but it will actually be exposed to blue. I'm not sure, actually. We're going to leave it in private for now, but we're going to give you properties just in case. Master, subcategory, movement. And just so I have a comment, we're going to have speed and controlling force. So max speed that the cube can move. Multiply by 100 for actual value. And float maximum speed. Seriously? Come on, stop fat fingering it, dude. There we go. And we are gonna have a control setting. So property for fine tuning the movement of the pawn. Which will, again, we're gonna just take this one. Bring this down here. This will be a float of... Whoa, sorry, I'm not sure why I started typing maximum again. Also, yoink. Controller force, which we will default out to 150. Actually, no, I know that's gonna be a really low value. We're gonna default this out to 600. And try 3 and 900. I know that 150 isn't bad because 150 is what I tend to... Sorry, I know 150 is bad because that is what I tend to use as my starting number for the earlier versions that I did. And I know it's somewhere between 3 and 900 that I like it, depending on the mass and the size of the object we're moving. So I'm going to start in the middle of that, 600, and then I'm going to try values between 3 and 900 if I don't like 600. And again, that will be something I'll actually skip in the tutorial proper. Hey, K-Beard, long time no see. How have you been, man? And as I said, Frank, I gathered that based on your response, and I was trying to explain why I responded the way I did. I don't think my explanation has made sense to you. So instead of, trying to go over it over and over and over again, I am just going to move past it and continue on. So not only backseat gaming exists, there's also backseat coding. I don't know how I missed that, AJ. Benwell, good to hear. Oh yeah, no, AJ, there is one person who came into one of my streams and he went, oh, that's not gonna work. It was one of my last Twitch streams. I went, yes, it will. Here's it. Oh, it's not working. And then I looked at it and went, yeah, you're right. I didn't mean to plug that into that node. And I went, yeah, I know. Like, oh yeah, that's fair. That's the only time I've not gotten really annoyed by it. Like, cause I was like, you know what? We're at a testing stage. Control P or Alt P, whatever the hotkey was. And I went, yeah, no, I see. And then I actually brought over the file that I had, so it was old code of mine that I was rewriting because the file got corrupted. It was one of the files I lost when my old computer shorted out. It took out my backup drives and all the fun stuff that happened with that. Jesus. So I was recreating it, and even in that part that survived, it wasn't done the same way. I'm like, yeah, I just misread my own notes around this. Okay, Frank. Again, drop it. If I'm not being clear, shut up and change topics. Final warning. Right. So now that we have our controller force and our maximum speed, what we are going to do is we are going to set the velocity for our movement. And we're going to check if we're over our maximum. Now, remember I said we're going to have to multiply this by 100. So in our check, we're actually going to have to do that multiplication. So we're going to do if velocity dot size. So we're normalizing it here is greater than maximum speed times 100. Then, so we then can update the speed. Otherwise, we are at our max speed. So sets velocity for movement. Actually, sorry, we haven't normalized it. Size doesn't normalize it. I'm not sure why I said that. Ignore what I just said about that. We do need to normalize it is what I meant to say. So we're going to take velocity, and now we are going to normalize it. All right, so what we're doing here is we're if over max speed, and we are going to return a normalized value, or normalized scaled value between 0 and 1. And then we'll do velocity. Velocity times maximum speed times 100. All right. We are then going to set the linear velocity. Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm doing, because I'm thinking about the code that I've done previously. My previous code allowed for the user to hit W and move forward. Because we are moving the character for them, endless runner, I'm trying to think about what I don't need anymore and drop that out. In fact, this entire segment might not be needed, but we will do cube mesh, and we will set physics linear velocity. Oh, I need to create a variable here, don't I? I need to actually set the total velocity that we'll be passing through. So we're going to create an F vector called total velocity. And that will be equal to, before that, what we're going to do is we're going to lerp between two values. And the reason I went is because I'm thinking about what the two values that we're going to use are going to be. Of course, one is going to be the velocity. I'm just having a moment of just thought here. Sorry. Bye. I mean, honestly, threatening somebody is hilarious. One, I have admitted, hey, I might have misunderstood what you said, and here's why. Two, I pointed out the etiquette issue on your part. Three, I explained why that's an issue and how that relates to one. I then said we're going to move past this. You didn't drop it. I then said we're going to move past it again. You didn't drop it. I then gave you your final warning, and you respond by threatening me. You are not welcome in my community. I do not want to see you here again until you learn how to respond to when someone says, oh yeah, I might have made a mistake and here's why. I do not want to see you in my community until you learn that this is not your stream. That this is not, Frank Sheep's, or Freak Sheep's, whatever your name is, playtime. That the world does not revolve around you. Bye. Please do not come back until you are able to recognize those simple things. If a streamer asks you multiple times to drop a topic, then drop the topic. Do not threaten the streamer after they have asked you multiple times to drop a topic. Jesus Christ, sheep. Please leave, or I will ban you at this point. Oh my god, buddy. You're getting banned. Bye. Multiple warnings. Enjoy timeout. That is the first time I've had to ban somebody actually like that. Jesus Christ. Right, where the hell was I? We used splines for an endless runner I was working on recently. Our choice was made to use physics so that we could toggle inertia and braking with what was provided. I thought about using splines for this, actually. Like, I'll be fair, like, I honestly was thinking, oh, I'm gonna use a spline for this, or a spline for the other Endless Runner tutorial we'll be doing. But I decided against it, just because I want to do a spline tutorial for something else, and I'm gonna be covering a lot of the same content for beginners in both. And yeah, it's the main reason why I'm not using splines. When I was going to do the smash hit clone, which again technically is another endless runner, it just works a bit differently. Huh. I just realized with that one I'm going to have to do things a lot differently because I'm not going to be able to use physics the same way. Actually, it's just a moving camera with the collision capsule. I thought about using splines for that, and I'm still tempted to be fair. I assume you're creating this from scratch to avoid a large amount of unused variables. Yeah, that is a lot of what I'm doing here. I also want to get people who are new to Unreal just feeling a bit more confident working with the material. And for that reason, I will be... I am trying to reduce as much. I'm currently experimenting with splines for an endless runner at the moment. Yeah, honestly, like, I really felt like, using splines for this. And, like, I remember when I was prepping out this particular thing in my head and making my notes for it, going, oh, I'm gonna use splines. And then I went, I have a different tutorial where I want to do splines for beginners. Oh, man, I can't do the same thing twice in the same beginners series. Yeah. I reported him. I like the winky face there. Right, so is my radiator still hot, but it's not heating up anymore, thank God. Sorry, it's what's the temperature here? Oh, it's 15 degrees. It's not 15 degrees. It's warmer than 15 degrees out. According to my thermometer inside, or at my window, it's 25 degrees outside. So whatever is on my desktop telling me the temperature, according to this, you're wrong. It is boiling in here with that computer running. Sergey, maybe stupid question. Velocity by axis. What axis? So I just want to clarify that I make sure I'm understanding your correct. Sorry about the misspeak there. And also the tongue bite at the end was actually a real tongue bite followed by a joke one. So are you asking me which axis from the F vector are we going to be using? For this, or are you asking me where we're getting the axis from? I just want to make sure I'm following what you're asking. Sorry if that sounds really dumb on my part. But in actually, what we're gonna do. Sorry, that question. Thank you, Sergey, for asking that question. Actually, that gave me an idea for something I haven't seen an Endless Runner do before, and we're gonna add it in. I don't know why that made me so happy. Like, it's made me giddy in a way that I can't explain. That is strange, I know. All right, we're actually gonna come here. We're gonna do this this way. Float forward value. Not input. Note that I'm not saying input. It's forward value only. This is going to be always there. And we'll default this out to 1. Okay. So when you use get physics linear velocity. So we are, in this case, when we're doing this get linear. Oh! So velocity here, what we're doing, so in the physics simulation, what's happening here is we have set it to simulate physics, there, right? And one of the physics setting is the linear velocity, and that's going to be normalized in all 3 axes, so X, Y, and Z, and we are storing it in a F vector that we've created called velocity. And so we default this out to 0, and it's a normalized one, but it is going to be we're going to be focusing it on, sorry, I'm just doing it in my head. You know, I always forget with F vector. Is that F vector? Yeah, F vector. We're normalizing them all to 0 at the start. We're setting them all to 0. This will be, it'll be focusing on all 3 axes, but we'll only be moving in 2 of them. We'll be moving in the X and Y axes only. If that makes any sense what I just said. Yeah, so X and Y is forwards and backwards. Sorry, X is forwards and backwards, and Y is left and right, Z is up and down. We'll be ignoring the up and down. So it's forward and backwards, right and left. The up and down will always be 0, because remember, a F vector is 3 floats. So, and I can never remember if they're actually in the X, Y, Z order. I know one of them is off. I think it's F rotator, that's Y, X, Z instead. So we will be setting the X and Y values of the axes, but ignoring the Z value. At least for this one. When we get to the marble game then we will be doing a one where we actually care about jumping, and we will be changing the Z value, the up and down value as well. Now, in theory, yeah, you could change the game world so that Z is backwards and forwards, but it would be really, really, really weird to do, and I don't want to play with my head that way. But we will be focusing on forwards and backwards, left and right. Alrighty. I'm actually just really curious about something. Just give me one moment, ladies and gents. I just want to see... Sorry if you hear the thing in the background. That's not what I'm looking for. That is also not what I'm looking for. Sorry, I am trying to find something in the YouTube studio. I am just really curious about something. Oh, okay, that answered my question. That was cute. Oh. Oh, hang on. Okay, I just need to look at something else really quickly as well. Okay. Sorry about that. I had just had a random stray thought that I wanted to check on something. Oh. Sorry, I was also updating something else on the channel really quickly because I realized I used timeout instead of actually banning or hiding the person. Also, I'm trying to I'm just going to ignore Discord for a little bit now. Sorry, I just had a whole bunch of notifications completely unrelated to what we're doing on Discord, and it was just the little number increasing was driving me crazy, so I had to mute a couple of channels. Oh, sorry, I had to not mute, but turn off the notifications for everyone so that it wasn't, you know, pinging as people were posting stuff. Radio. So we had the forward, which we always will default to 1. And what was I gonna do that's different? We're going to have a ratio value here. This is going to be called float ratio, which we will use fmath power. And for this, we'll do 1.0 minus whoa, Give me 1 second, because I have a feeling I know that that is going to be wrong, and it might be a const, and I'm going to do a couple of things really quickly. 1, 1, 2, 1, 0, 2. Okay. So this is 1 no. Let's just do this way. 1, or A1 minus that. Nope, that's not right. Minus that. The power of that. That's what I thought. This is always going to be 0. I have a lurking feeling that what I'm thinking about is always going to equal out to 0. Okay, it's either going to be 0 or 1. It's going to be... It's going to be 0. It's always going to be 0 for what I want, because we aren't going to... so I don't need this, actually. It's not going to be a value between 0 and 1. It's always going to be 0. Sorry, those were the min and maxes. So if I had been using the thing that would have made that other value 0 or that 1, it would have been a range between 0 and 1. Actually, I'm just thinking about that. Actually, I've been greater than that, but it's always going to be 0, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. We'll find out the fun way. So fmath, lerp. Then we will do cube mesh, get physics. So this is the current speed, what we're doing here. We're getting the current speed. And so let's get physics linear velocity. Then we're going to pass in velocity, the one we just calculated right up here. For now, we'll leave our alpha at 0. And I don't know why that is flurp is an So what did I miss? We have our first vector, we have our second vector. Okay. Give me a second. We're just gonna grab the API for this just to make sure I haven't missed something obvious. Okay. So, I just have a feeling I'm just going to toss this in here really quickly. Here we go. It just needed a header file. The Kiwi Dragon. At the Kiwi Dragon, they offer a lot, but also, as with anything, introduces their own unique problems. I like that sentence. As with anything, this is going to offer its own... I think I've actually said something similar in one of my tutorials. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. Especially when using physx and splines in the form of pathing of a character. Yeah, I can also account for that, by the way. If you are, by the way, one of the big ones for that, K-Beard, if you're not aware and haven't run into this problem yet, is that it doesn't handle sharp turns well. At least that's something I have found. I'm not sure if you found that, but I've also read on forums other people have these issues, but they were talking about when using cameras. I also suggest using an Excel spreadsheet, Excel or spreadsheet to vector math. Agreed. Also, for anyone curious, like, so I said I'm running a course on Udemy, or I'm still writing it. I'm not running it yet. Let me just get it open. I actually had to write an Excel spreadsheet, and I actually gave it as part of the course. I'm just trying to find where it's at. I think that is, I think that's the section before. Table of weights. Nope, that is just information I gave to the audience in that tutorial. Ah, here it is, my weight matrix calculator. So this is to calculate oh my god, orthogonal. I can speak. This is to calculate orthogonal weight patterns for matrix matching when you're doing pattern recognition or classification in a hot field network. I understand how to create two, how to create a weight matrix that can handle two different orthogonal patterns, but I've seen people do them for 4. I have to guess and do a lot of trial and error to get 4 to work. I don't understand how to do that. Also, I know this isn't pretty. I don't make Excel things for other people. My Excel files tend to look like that, with headers, so I know what I'm looking at. Like the one I had open when I was trying to find this. So, I know this ain't pretty, but hey, it does the job. Also, if you don't know what a hot field network is, it's a neural network, a single layer recurrent neural network, where every layer or every node in that layer feeds into each other. And so when you're updating the weight matrices, you have to do either synchronously or asynchronously, and you want to do asynchronous weight updates, usually in a hot field network, to avoid oscillation of the patterns being inputted when they aren't matching patterns. So like when they aren't either pattern A or B in this, and say you put in 1 0 1 0, you're gonna get 0 0 1 or 0 0 1 1. I can't remember. It actually is that is the incorrect pattern I used, and it will fluctuate between the two potentially. I think in one of the versions I wrote of it, that actually did achieve convergence with 0 0 0 0 for some reason. But whatever. Sorry, yeah, there was something that distracted me outside and I was a bit concerned for a moment. I'm not entirely sure this will work. If not moving, change the 0, cause that is the alpha. Alright, we had a large, we had a large set of variables for turning points and how that was handled. Massive, yeah. I mean, I was working on something for a, I can't remember what it was for now, and we were on a limited time on which we could work on it, and so instead of actually trying to solve it, I went, screw it, we don't need the camera to go all the way to this point. The entire idea is just to create some motion. The camera can go halfway, we ignore the turn, and we change screens there. Just because we didn't have the time to actually deal with creating a tight turn for the camera to follow that spline down a flight of stairs that were at a 90-degree angle from where the camera started. Well, more than it, like, they were like 10 meters in front of the camera and then a 90-degree turn. So we started the turn and then we would cut the camera off because we just needed the camera to move a bit while we were asynchronously loading things in the background. And we knew that it only needed to move for like 2-3 seconds. Oh god, yeah, that's actually, I will say VR is one of the few times where I've really had to spend some time working on it. Like, let me get a VR project really quickly. And this VR project is something that we're still working on technically because the research got delayed. I'm not gonna actually run it because there is some stuff in here that isn't done, and yeah. So this dude here, he has a spline path that he actually follows. The little billboards are actually markers for events on the spline path. But for some reason, every so often, like this turn right here, actually no, sorry, not this turn. This sharp turn he handles well, but when he gets here and does another sharp turn, sometimes he'll turn and start walking this way. His spline path is literally turn from here, walk this way, come up around. It's, if you follow the billboards, because each billboard is an event, he gets really confused on right over here for some reason. And no matter what I do, like I've deleted a lot of stuff, I've changed the nav mesh, he just gets stuck and gets really confused. It is kind of funny. Also, I was just checking the book title because the book titles change. If you haven't caught, this is for a psychosis simulation. So, yeah. Or my personal favorite in this is when I accidentally created a bug in some of the code. Like, this character and that one, for some reason, on those stools, freak out and start flying everywhere. So once I fixed it, I actually put the bug back in, because it actually does match a sort of good, like, unreality experience. Alright, let me get rid of that. No, you're not saving anything. We use a lerp-like modifier. Unreal 5 might have just crashed when I closed out that project. No, it did not. Okay, it's still there. Okay, there we go. Alright, so... No, because he isn't getting trapped on the thin pass. It's the actual turning that's causing the issue. So if he, like, that was one of the initial issues, Sam. Like, he was getting stuck because it was too thin. So I had to cut out, like, 4 of the coffee bags. But what happened was, when he, after we cut the bag, like, even before we cut the bags out, he would make the turn 50% of the time, or turn too far, and try to walk backwards. Or he, when we didn't have the path wide enough, he'd make the turn, and then get stuck on either the table or one of the bags. So we deleted a table, we removed a chair, and we deleted 4 of those coffee bags in the corner. And he's still, now when he makes a turn correctly, he'll go through properly without any issue 50% of the time. Or actually 100% of the time, because of the way I phrased that. Said if he makes the turn correctly. 100% of the time he will go through. But that if he makes the turn correctly is only 50% of the time. He'll make the turn and then keep turning for some reason. And I do not know why. And the thing is, because he's turning in place. Like, I've set it so it turns in place, then walks. Because I wanted a little bit of delay, just because it made it a little bit... It had a sensory sort of weirdness to it. So when I check the code on his turn, it actually hasn't registered that he's facing the direction of the next spline point for some reason. I was also working with schizophrenia simulation with some neuro guys. You aren't in England, are you? Because there are a few of us, like, I know, like, the 3 research labs that are really kind of doing this. The Cambridge one, mine, and the Sheffield one. I'm really curious which one you might be at if you're in England, because I probably know your research team. Those are the unique problems I was mentioning? Yeah. Oh, please tell me you're at the Sheffield one, because if you are, I want you to punch somebody for me. In a loving way, by the way. I am joking, I actually don't want you to punch somebody. It is a running gag, by the way. Sorry, I'm gonna get back into what I was doing just a moment ago. Total velocity, and then we're gonna pass total velocity. Oh, you're still giving me an issue with the, lerp there. Cool. What is my issue with this lerp? No instance of overload function. You are taking a template class in. So long as these two are the same type, and they are both F vectors, you should work. Why are you giving me that error? Oh no, that's fine, man. It's fine. Oh, this was the rock. Oh, I know of that lab if it's what I'm thinking about. I don't know anybody in the lab anymore. But years ago, like a decade or two ago, like a decade to a decade and a half ago, I knew people in that lab. Back when I lived in the U.S. still. All right. I'm... just very perplexed as to why this lerp is not liking this. What am I missing? Get physics, linear velocity, which should return a F vector. Yep. Velocity, which is an F vector. Yep. I think it was the alpha. Okay. Else, what we're gonna do then is we will I don't think this is right. I'm going to come back to that block later on. What we are going to do then is cube mesh, add force, F vector, and we'll pass in forward value, which will always be 1. Right input value, which might not be. We're not going to be moving in the Z axis. We will then add controller, force in, and mass. All right. Right. Let me just come down here, take this for a moment, pop back over to our project, hit our compile button, make sure that everything is coded in correctly. Okay, successful. Awesome. And then project settings. I always am blind, and also the mic is like right at that spot, so I have to lean at really weird angles. We'll add in an axis mapping. I hit it twice, I didn't realize. I thought it'd pop open. Move right. We're gonna search for our D key and our A key. And A will be -1, of course. Radio. And next what we'll do is, let's go into here. Let's create a blueprint child. I'm just gonna see, can I create a folder here? No, I can't. Oh, I did not mean to name it that. This will be BP player cube. All right, and let's just create a folder called player. And for now, just so I have it here ready to go, BP game mode endless runner ER, and our player default pawn class will be our player cube. Just gonna save that, and very quickly go over to my world settings, pop that into there, open up the player cube. Let's make sure everything is there. So we have our cube mesh, but we have no cube. All right, we have our spring arm, we have a camera. I actually might change the camera angle even further, but for our cube mesh, we will use a cube. And I'm just making sure that I use the right one, because there is a difference between a couple of these. Am I just blind and not seeing the number of collisions on here? Oh, sections with collision 1, collision prims 1. Oh. This cube is slightly smaller. This cube is slightly bigger. This one has more UV channels. This one has less UV channels. Cube 1 is even smaller, and I kind of want to use that size, with collision channels. I like how these are all in the same folder. All right, we're going to use that cube. There is our cube. Say hi to our cube. Okay. Let's just then find a player start and drop that here. Let's rotate it that way, because otherwise things will get funny. And our cube is facing the wrong direction. But hey, it's moving on its own. Right. Hit play. What the actual hell? Give me a second. We're just gonna do it this way. Huh. All right. Let's go back to the code real quick. And in the code, what we're going to do is we are going to set this to true just for this test. All right, drop our cube in. I don't think that is going to work correctly. Cool, that was really high up. You know what? I'm just gonna grab that player start again. No, actually. Possess. Oh, AI 0 for player. Let's go here. Okay. Goes back to false. All right, hit play. That's also not what I wanted to do. Oh. Yeah, I forgot about that. All right, what change did I try in here first? To use pawn control rotation on camera. So, pawn, okay. Yep, no. The default is false. Okay. The other one was absolute rotation. That doesn't actually matter. Okay, so what setting in here did I forget? I don't think that actually should fix what we're thinking about, but I'm just going to humor myself there for a moment, and now it didn't. You know what? Honestly, we're going to tackle that in a moment. I'm more concerned about the other thing that I saw. I think this is still wrong. So let's go ahead and test that out. No, okay. That isn't what's causing the issue. Cool. We're just going to use an absurd value for a moment. In fact, actually, we're going to set that in here. Nope, this is not accessible, is it? Okay. That's fine. Just gonna go back to the correct folder. Oh yeah. Guess it'd be helpful if I actually added the set a cube back in. Ow. Also, I'm gonna do something in a moment, and I'm just gonna see if that helps something. Which is, I'm gonna lock position on the X. And, we're just gonna raise it up a tiny bit. Then for the cube itself, we'll use the smaller of the three. Okay. There we go. And player 0. Okay. Now I'm going to undo one of the settings I did there, which is I'm going to grab the cube and I'm going to remove that constraint. So what I want to see, be helpful I had the cube selected, I guess, is if that error is due to one thing or another. Is it due to the number we used, or is it due to its pressing against the ground? It's due to it pressing against the ground. Okay. So, what we're gonna do here is nothing. We have, oh, hang on. And I'm going to delete this really quickly. I'm just going to bring in the original cube. And again, I'm going to raise this up. And sorry, I thought I had it open. Sorry, I like this in full editor mode. We're going to select the cube here. And we're going to go to constraints. We're going to lock position the X really quickly. Remember, this is the original one. Oh. Okay. I need to remember that to add the possession in. Alright, player 1. Yeah. Okay, so it was literally the fact that it was running along the ground. The math was correct. Good to know. That part is right. Yeah, so many checkboxes. And the problem is I can't remember what checkbox does what sometimes. Need more checkboxes. All of the checkboxes in the blueprints, we had to toggle the bools constantly. Yeah, the number of times I have to think about which bool I'm looking at, and it just throws me for a loop sometimes, because I don't know if people recognize that I don't have just one project I'm working on. You know, I have projects that I'm being paid to work on, projects I do for work, my personal projects, and the tutorial projects. So sometimes, like, I'm thinking about one thing going, okay, what did I do in this other project that's similar? But then, because there's enough difference, like, I forget some of the checkboxes are gonna have to be different between them, and I make mistakes. Alright, we've been at this for 2 of the 4 hours. I'm just gonna kill my camera really quickly. For those of you who are new here and don't know what that means I'm still here. I'm just moving positions from where I'm currently sat to sitting in front of my window and having a cigarette. Yes, inertia is pain. Now, what I'm going to try to find is a way to set our ground to have a physics material. Sorry, I just made a face at the camera like, that was literally calling me an idiot. Like, I realized the mistake I made. Like, oh yeah, the thing I'm looking for isn't in this thing. It's a physics material. I want a physics material so that I can set the friction. Why is there a random, like... Okay, whatever. I am still here, by the way, for anyone who's coming in. All I am doing is very quickly engaging in a very nasty habit that I'm trying to quit, called smoking. And, yeah. Sorry, I'm also letting the admin on the server know something. Alright, sorry, I'm just popping through to see what I've missed. Sorry, I'm also catching up on, as I said, on things that are happening on the server. Like, actually adding a reaction to the person who just introduced themselves, that kind of thing. Content 18 plus. We actually do have people under 18, and I don't mind people being under 18. You know, I started coding... When did Interplay release that Visual Basic game? That was the first thing I ever did in coding, was Visual Basic. And it was from Interplay on their series... Hang on, let me get it on screen. Let me see if I can find it. I know it's on YouTube. I sent some of the YouTube videos from it. Interplay. And for those of you who don't know, who aren't old enough to know, Interplay is a company that made Fallout 1 and 2. It came out in 1998, and it's called To Learn to Program Basic. So, there's a, like, if you want to see what it was like, there it is. Honestly, I've gone back and watched it recently, and while it's really juvenile, I will say someone, like, the way they explain loops is actually better than the university professors that I had when I was a bit older who tried to explain loops. Like, I sat there going, huh, this game for children to explain coding makes more sense. Oh, I miss Fallout. Like, I miss the original Fallout. Those first 2 games were brilliant. So yeah, like, there isn't even a Wikipedia entry on it, which is really sad. I am now tempted to write a Wikipedia entry on it. Oh, I remember hearing about these. I never got a chance to play them. You did this one? K-Beard, you actually did this one? I don't know why that makes me so excited to hear. Like, oh my god. Yeah, honestly, like, people say that pointers were really hard for them. Pointers, I got like that. Like, sorry, my snap didn't come through. Like that. But loops, for some reason, when I was like formally trained in coding, when I did my modules or courses in coding, the way the loops were taught were never good. And they made no sense to me. Because the way in which all my teachers taught them was they would teach the for statement itself without relevance to the body. So when they said, oh, it iterates, they never would say it iterates in after it runs through the body. So they never had this, you do this, you set this at the start, you do this check, it does the body, then it iterates. So I was very, very confused how it was iterating. Oh yeah, no, the original was brilliant. I personally prefer number 2, but that's because I like playing a porn star boxer. And yes, you can be a porn star in number 2 and a boxer. Raise your phys stats high enough and raise your social stats high enough. AJ, I will agree and disagree with you there. I will agree that the Fallout franchise was good up until a point, but it wasn't Fallout 76. It depends on if we count the side games really quickly. Like if we count Tactics. Tactics was awful. Brotherhood of Steel wasn't great, don't get me wrong. And yes, I do realize there is Brotherhood of Steel and Brotherhood of Steel Tactics. So the original Brotherhood of Steel kept at least the isometric RPG feel of the original, whereas Tactics, I might have this backwards because I can never remember which one's which, was just awful. But I like how Sergey has even put in Brotherhood. Oh yeah, 2 is my personal favorite. At the end of the day, 2 is my personal favorite. But one of the Brotherhood of ones, I can't remember which one it was, is either Tactics or Dawn of the Steel Dawn series. Is that the one I'm thinking about, Sergey? I can't remember. It was just awful. I have it still because it came in a Fallout Classics bundle I bought once. I refuse to open it up outside of maybe opening it to show people how bad it is. But let's be fair, Fallout 3 wasn't the best Fallout title. Fallout 4 wasn't the best Fallout title either. Fallout New Vegas, however, because it was written by the people from Interplay who had, you know, wrote the original, was brilliant. See, I don't like Fallout 4 as a Fallout game. And I think that is something that I've had to make peace with, is I like Fallout 4. Outside of the Pip-Boy in Fallout 4. God, I hate the Pip-Boy in Fallout 4. But, and let me turn my camera back on. 4 is not, in my opinion, a good Fallout game. It is a fun and good game, especially when you have mods added in. Yes, Fallout New Vegas was the Holy Grail because it's the original writers, and they knew their own comedy. Like, they like, honestly, like when Bethesda was bought by Microsoft, I was so happy because I'm like, oh, there's actually a chance for a New Vegas 2 now, because they didn't want a New Vegas 2 because like the critics' review of it were better than 3, and so Bethesda was upset about it. Okay, that's what you meant by 3? Yeah, sorry, when I said 3, I meant the title 3. I will be completely fair. When I first got Fallout 3, I got it on, I got it as my 21st birthday gift, actually. Was it my 21st birthday or my 22nd or 20th? One of those 3. Either I was 20, 21, or 22. And I'm too lazy to look up the release date for Fallout 3 right now. Because it came out shortly before my birthday. Like, I think like 3 or 4 days before it. So my partner at the time got it for me as a gift on PS2? PS3. It was PS3 at the time. And I bought a PS3 for Metal Gear Solid 4. Which I absolutely love Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, it... Oh, man, I love 4. So So if you don't know, I'm a big Fallout fan and a big Metal Gear Solid fan. Like, those games make me so happy on so many levels. So I didn't get into modding Fallout 3. I have it on PC now. I beat it on PC, and I've done some mods, like minor mods, but I didn't do any overhauls. Fallout 4, you gotta believe I modded that sucker out like no other. What about Fallout 4? Felt like an add-on to 3. I mean, I think, Sergey, going back to what you said earlier about destroying the lore of Fallout, Bethesda has very bluntly said, and Todd Howard has very bluntly said, that he doesn't give a crap about the lore. You know, that's why the Brotherhood of Steel is in 76, despite the Brotherhood of Steel 1 not being in that area until Fallout 3 and 4, but 3, because 3 is set before 4. I realize the opening scene isn't, but and all the lore, like the entire thing with Jet in 3 and 4 actually undoes the lore of Jet from 1 and 2, because you actually meet the inventor of Jet. I can't remember, I think you meet him in 2. And if you're playing a woman in the game, he gets really creepy. If you're playing a guy, he doesn't get creepy. I was thinking the exact same thing. Since Microsoft bought Bethesda, they might have a chance to make another great Fallout game. Or make Fallout great again. I feel like making a political joke, but that's not what this channel is about, so I'm not going to make a political joke right here. Honestly, I feel like, though ooh, no, I can't make that joke either. That's... Catch me off stream for my thoughts about the political joke I want to make, the two I want to make. There actually, I can't remember, there's been a rumor that they actually have asked for a Fallout New Vegas 2. I don't know if it's been corroborated or substantiated in any way, but I am hopeful. I am very, very hopeful. Right, so I just want to double check something, because I've never added a physics material to a mesh like this. Ah, there it is. Phys material override. Okay, cool. Wow, my mouse stopped responding for a moment there. That was weird. We're gonna go to physics, physical material. This is just gonna be a generic physics material, and we're just gonna call this phys material test. Right, and we're gonna set the friction to 0. Okay, and then we're just gonna drop that in there for now. We're gonna go back here. We're going to turn off the constraint. What is going on with my mouse? We're gonna turn off the constraint really quickly, and we're gonna hit play. All right, there we go. But in my religion, on Brotherhood of Steel, only human, but in tactics, Deathclaw plus mutant plus ghouls and etc. Sorry, off top? Oh, off topic. Sergey, I'm not actually sure what your last post meant. And I might be being dumb here, but can you explain that last post? Sorry. Not the off top part, but the part before that one. And don't worry about being off topic, dude. It's community night. We can talk about anything. Nick, lovely seeing you again, man. I hope you have a good night, and I look forward to seeing you either tomorrow in the next live stream or in a later tutorial. And all that fun, fine jazz that I normally say. Sorry, I'm like thinking of my outro, but I'm actually saying bye to somebody, and yeah. All right, so we have that working. We are going to leave it at the updated amount that we put in earlier. Sorry, that's the wrong code. Where do we actually set our max speed? 5, okay. I'm going to put the breakpoint back in here. I just want to test something because I'm pretty sure we're going to get over 5 based on this, but I just want to double check. Okay, it looks like we haven't, but what I am going to do really quickly is just pop this back open and put a breakpoint there, which just want to make sure it's triggering. Oh, I'm an idiot. Right. I need to close this to do this. It's not going to call this up because we're not running this from the from here. So we're going to run it this way. Why are you giving me an error? Right. I've already... We're gonna do it this way really quickly. Just give me 1 second. Oh my god. I shouldn't have done that. Okay. I'm just doing a quick update to Visual Studio, apparently. So, yeah. We're gonna cancel the update. Yes, I know we need to update. Thank you. UE5, beginners, beginner prep. Open the solution file back up. Have a good day. I'm sure you will. Thanks. Sorry, the chat just vanished on me. Two nerds, I didn't extract you from the main stream. Dude, don't worry about that. It's community night. And I don't, like, it's about video games. I don't ever mind discussing it unless it's a really bad game. Like, you want to discuss the game Cold War with me? I'm just gonna go. It's the worst game I've ever played. I have not gotten past the first 10 seconds of the game. I'm not even sure if the name of the game is called Cold War, by the way. I'm pretty sure it is. Video game called Cold War. Oh, that is not useful. Oh, video call. I fast forwarded to put the word game into my Google search. No, I don't want Black Ops. I don't want COD. Early 2000s. Yeah, it's called Cold War. This game. I literally have not gotten past the first 10 seconds of it because the game was that buggy. Like, when I loaded the game up, even on a high-end system, like from low-end to high-end systems, yeah, it's one of 2 games I've ever returned. And it was like literally the opening part of the game, the meshes were inside out. Like, I didn't know anything about this at the time. Like, I just thought there was some issue. But now what I know about, like, meshes, the faces were turned the wrong direction. So I couldn't walk anywhere, and I kept falling through the floor. Like when I said I couldn't get past the first 10 seconds. You start on this little, like, square, you walk forward, and you just fell through the map. Every time. You couldn't, like, any direction you walk, there's a door behind you. Oh, you were talking about COD. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played COD in ages, to be fair. This game, oh my god. 2005, that's when it came out. This is one of 2 games. Actually, no, I've returned 3 games in my life. 3. One was this one. One was a Kane and Lynch game. And that was simply because when I opened the box back in the day when we got game boxes like this, the CD was cracked, and I just didn't want to. And then I read reviews while I was looking at the CD. I'm like, yeah, no, fuck it. I'm just returning it. I didn't mean to swear. Sorry, YouTube. And the other one I returned, which was actually in the last year, was the Star Wars X-Wing game that came out recently, because none of my input devices, not my HOTAS. Sorry, I'm pointing that way because my HOTAS is actually behind my monitor. My HOTAS didn't work. The fixes for it didn't work. My mouse and keyboard didn't work. My Xbox controller, which is on the floor next to me, didn't work. When I brought my PS controller up, it didn't work. I went through all the bug fixes. EA contacted EA support. They told me there was nothing they could do. So I just returned the game. And then I got the game again for free. Like, literally within 4 days of returning it, I got it for free. Because then it was free on something else, and I just put it on my list. Oh, that's rough. The one you were speaking about, I couldn't see the mesh, just eyeballs. Yes, I had that happen too. Like in the cutscenes, like the opening cutscene, I had the Unity effect. So when I say Unity, I mean Assassin's Creed, where you just get the mouth and the eyes. I had that happen too. I forgot about that. Yes, that game can be played in VR, which is actually why I bought it. Was to try it in VR because I like flight and space sims in VR. Elite Dangerous in VR. Oh. Sorry, that game also makes me so happy. Or used to. I don't like it as much as I used to. But yes, that X-Wing one was made for VR. All right. Why are you giving me these errors? Okay, so this is an interesting note. The only project I have open in Unreal 5 is the prep file for the Battle Royale. Or sorry, not the prep file. Actually, this is the record file for the Battle Royale multiplayer game that I was going to do a tutorial on. There you are. Hey, buddy. I like how it doesn't actually die on this side, but you can't move anymore. So pretty, that Elite Dangerous. Yes, it is a very, like, you don't realize how big things are in Elite Dangerous until you put a VR headset on. Like, you get the universe is big, but because there's no relative scaling of things, because it's on a monitor, you don't realize how big your ship is. Like, holy crap, your cockpit of your ship, it's massive. Like, I was playing around with a friend from the Discord server who has his like a two-seater ship, and I was literally in VR able to get out of this chair and walk around the ship, which caused issues clearly, but you know, it was big enough that I could walk around the cockpit. I was clipping through things, so you're not meant to do that. And like, I very rarely, when playing with my Xbox controller, had a loop of shame ever. If you don't know what a loop of shame is in Elite Dangerous, there's some really great webcomics about it. Also about people like me who try to push the limit on when you start braking to exit the slip space thingy, where you're traveling just a little bit over the speed of light, but not traveling between the systems. Or just around the speed of light, but not traveling between systems, whatever it is. Like, I used to push it a lot and come up right next to my target to avoid the loop of shame. Like, I took a lot of pride in that for some reason. Like, I took a lot of pride in my flying in that game. A lot. And then the first time I put on a VR headset, that pride went away. Because I realized I could be so much better. And I started doing really, like, quote-unquote dangerous things that I wouldn't have done in a non-VR setting. Like, I used to fly, like, any space station that had rings, I would fly through the rings in the VR. I would not do that out of VR, because out of VR, I didn't have any sense of proportion, how big that ring was, the gap between the ring and the body of the station, the size of my ship relative to the station. But once in VR, I had that information, like, I could visually see it, and yikes, I loved flying that way. All right, let me actually just reset this really quickly to show you one other thing. I don't know how sure I'm showing this off, but you know. Boink. Alright, let me close this out. I'll reopen it if I need it. And let's try now. Oh, I also have this open. I don't need that. Okay. That is interesting. That is not something that happens in Unreal 4. The UI is so great. Their workaround for the HUD and the ship controls were superb. Yes. Honestly, though, I will have one caveat about that, to be fair. The radar system, the fact it's 3D doesn't work on a 2D screen. The second you're in VR and you can see that it's 3D, because you actually have the depth to it then, it makes a lot more sense. But like trying to follow which way the lines are pointing in the middle of combat is not easy to do. In VR, you just see, okay, the ship is above the plane. I'm going to, you know, pitch up. Oh, the ship is below the plane. I'm going to pitch down. Whereas, you know, I had to, in the non-VR, I had to look at the thing and go, all right, which ship do I want? They're all clustered together. They're harder to see. What way is the line coming out of it? Is that on that ship or that ship? Crap, the two ships are right on top of each other, and I can't tell where the lines are. But that's my only complaint about their UI, is that particular element of it. All right, so we're already over max speed. And this isn't causing issues. This isn't causing it to break. Okay, I take that back. It is causing it to break. Watch that. There, 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 there. Okay. So, actually what I want to do is I actually want to up this to 10. And we are going to leave this at 1. And I might make another change in a moment based on what I've just done here. But we'll see. Yeah, in VR it's so good, but yeah, on the flat screen it isn't great. You know, I mean, again, it's still overall it's a great UI. All right, I feel like we're still getting that same bug. Just give me one moment. We're gonna put that breakpoint back in. And I'm just gonna let it run to the end of the thing. I think it triggered once. And I was wrong, it didn't trigger. Okay. I am gonna put it back to how it was before though, so that we do get the bug. And what is going on here? Oh, what the actual hell is going on? Oh, it hit the breakpoint, didn't it? Okay. That was, yeah. That was something else. And this was 5, if I remember correctly. Right. Instead of lerping, what I want to do... You know what? We're going to leave it in for now. We are going to set this back to 10. And we are going to set this back to 1. Right. Do we need to do anything else in this thing? No, we don't. Not in this particular class. But what I am going to do is I am actually going to open up the project back in in the main window. Sorry, it's opened up on the other side. I'll bring it over in a second. Or the launcher is opened up on the other side. Okay, let's go back here. And nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. I was just thinking about what I wanted to do next for this. And give me a second. I'm gonna open up another recording of my own. This is my recording that I didn't. I swear that's the thing I just had open. And all those files are missing. For those of you who don't know where I'm pulling from. Because I had the wrong one open. I have 2 Marble Void projects apparently, or 3. What the hell is going on there actually? How many Marble Voids do I have? Alright, I have that one. Oh, I have something called Marble's Replication. Ah, I see. That thing. I think that's what I had open a second ago. So I tend to write notes to myself for tutorial ideas in older code. Yeah, that's what I had open. I had the replication test I was doing open. Right, that's why I can't find my notes. I'm like, only part of my notes are here. Where are my other notes? Okay, Alright, we're gonna want a timer. We are going to want a penalty system for falling off the map. I'm just trying to think of what else we want. We're gonna want targets that we have to avoid and targets we have to hit. Actually, for this one, we're just gonna do targets we avoid, because we're gonna do the have to hit ones in the smash hit endless runner tutorial. So, we're gonna rename this PM Road. We're gonna put this into an folder called Physics or Phys Mats. Just drop that into there. Okay. Fix up redirectors. Okay. I'm just trying to think of the order how I want to tackle this now. we're going to do the fall off because that is the easiest thing to do after we've done the base setup. Because we got it moving forward, but, you know, that is a problem. Okay. And we're going to actually talk about polymorphism, I guess, when we do this. So we'll go to content. Nope. I'm in engine, sorry. Microphone's covering what I'm doing. Endless runner. New class. Trigger. And we want a trigger box. I'm just gonna laugh at myself for that. Endless runner trigger master, because I am going to be deriving 2 classes from this. I'm going to be deriving my end of level class and my reset class, as I think I will be. Sorry, I'm thinking about the code structure for this. And if it can actually be polymorphic or be done through inheritance. No, it can't be. All right. So this will be called our reset trigger instead. All right, we'll create class. Reload all, and I do actually want to do something else in the marble now that I am thinking about it. I want to have a function called reset in the player. Okay, so let's go back here to the cube really quickly. And in here, we're gonna call a method. We're gonna create a method that will resets player to start of level. And this will be called, this will be a U function. We're gonna make it blueprint callable if we need to use it for something. The category will be master reset. And it will return nothing. It'll be called the reset location. It will take no arguments. We're gonna need another value. By the way, I'm gonna add comments here. The amount of speed applied every frame by the system. Amount of forward speed. I know that technically isn't right in terms of the actual physics wordings of it. The amount of right stroke left speed applied every frame by the player. But the main point is it's the player versus the computer. The actual velocity and x, y, z. And then we need starting location of cube. And this is going to be an F vector. Initial location. Okay. And we're going to do then in our cube is on begin play. We will want to set that initial location. So what we're going to do then is under our super get initial location, and we are going to get the cube mesh, and we are going to get component location. Okay. That is what we need for our reset function that we're working on. Sorry, if that endless runner replication... Oh, sorry, no, because I am updating... So, I wrote a bunch of tutorials I never released that I was still working on when Unreal 5 officially released. And now, what I've decided to do, instead of redoing those tutorials, is I'm going to be doing a set of tutorials building up. So, the idea is... So, like, this was the tutorial I was working on. Actually, this and the Battle Royale were the tutorials I was working on for Unreal 5 in the Early Access Edition. And so when they released the full version of it, I decided that I'm not going to finish these. Instead, I'm going to redo them. And while thinking about it over the last few days, I've decided what I'm going to do is do a progressive series, which is why these ones actually fit together. We start with this simple endless runner that should take maybe 2 or 3 videos to really do. Trust me, it'll be faster than what I'm doing here. Then we'll do Smash Hit, which will expand upon that one. Actually, Mastermind really should be down here. And then we will then do a third game that takes all those previous concepts and puts it in a replicated environment with a task. And I'm calling it Marble Void for some reason. Like, I don't have a name for it. Like, it's just the name I came up with. Even though they're not marbles, they're all metal. So they're more like ball bearings, I guess. But ball bearing void just sounds weird to me. Or ball void. Okay, I'll actually be completely honest. I thought of the name ball void while prepping this out, and I got very juvenile, and I might have proposed a game called For the Love of Cock. Yeah, For the Love of Cock, where you play a giant penis that bounces around a map chasing testicles. That is why it is not gonna be called ball bearings. They're gonna be called marbles, because the juvenile side of me is gonna go, inappropriate joke time. I mean, come on, during the survival series when we did material functions, even the first time I said it, I'm like, I am trying my best not to make an MF joke. Void balls. You know, it's less, I mean, it still has the word balls in it, so people are going to still make the joke, but to me, that is somehow less inappropriate than ball void. Ball battle. Battle balls. I think that's actually, battle balls might be what we go with. Hang on. I mean, okay, I'm going to actually have to you know what we're going to do? Community vote. We're going to have a community vote about what this is going to be called at some point. Oh my god. That actually makes me kind of, the idea of actually having the community decide on the name makes me so happy. Alright, so our reset location, let's just tackle that one really quickly. As we all go really juvenile. Where did that put it? Down here. Okay. Oh yeah, I put it above my move, right. Though I now have a feeling that actually I want this to be private. I am 900% sure that no, actually I don't. I want it to be public. Wait. I'm gonna be using I might want it to be private, but if it doesn't really matter. This is the prep file. I can work it out later on where I want it. Alright, so what we're gonna do is marble mesh. No, we're not gonna do that first. We are going to we're gonna do, hang on, I know, before I do what I'm about to do, I know there are other ways to do it, but I want to teach the logic behind using ticks for something, so I'm gonna do it a bit differently. So this is our reset timer. And float reset timer, and then we're going to default this out to 0, and then reset timer target, I think, float reset timer target, and we'll default this out to 1.5. All right, okay, so what we're gonna do here is we actually, oh crap, no. Okay, the default value for forward movement. So we're going to be float default forward value, which will also be 1. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually set this to 0. We'll then trigger this. We'll then trigger a timer, and to do that, we're actually going to need a boolean. Has a reset been triggered? So for that, what we're gonna do is bool be reset timer active. We'll default this to false. And so when it resets, we are going to set this to 0, which is why we need to store what the value is. And we are going to set this to true. On the tick, we're gonna up this until we reach this value, 1.5, in which case we'll set this to false, we'll reset this to 0, and we'll reset the forward value to 1. Sorry, I was just looking at an admin message on Discord that threw me for a loop for a minute. Sorry. Oh yeah, I see it. Thank you. I fat finger a lot, so when you see typos like that, feel free to call me out on it, because that is so very common for me to do. Then sausage finger man gets them everywhere. Okay, that was creepier than I meant for it to be. Sorry about that, ladies and gents. Alrighty. So, with that set, what we're going to do here is we're actually going to take forward value first. So, clear forward value. And we're going to set that to 0.0. All right. And then we are going to Sorry, I'm just thinking about something that we had an issue with earlier. And I'm just looking at my notes on it, and I just... Because earlier I felt like I skipped something here, right? And now it's really bugging me. So we set up the attachment to the cube mesh. We have set that to false. We set that to false. That's to true. Yep, that's right. That's right. That should be false. I'm pretty sure that is the correct name. That's right. Maybe I'm just imagining that I'm forgetting something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just... I don't know. Alright, sorry. It's bugging me. I feel like I forgot something, and I cannot Oh my god, I forgot to pick my mother up from the airport. I'm joking. I am joking. I also have typos, and then you don't understand why. Typos happen all the time. They're just part of nature, and they are evil. Very, very evil. Truly, truly evil. So, what were we doing? Reset location. I forgot what we were doing. Just like I forgot my mother at the airport. Again, joking, to be very clear. Set world location. And we'll take initial location. And we will do... We'll do this initial location. Did I say marble mesh? That's what I get for talking about marble mesh. Cube mesh. That's what I get for talking about marbles. At least I didn't put in ball mesh. Then we're gonna do cube mesh. Set physics, and this is gonna be to help clear. It's gonna be part of this thing we're doing here. So we reset the location. And actually, I'm gonna do something else here. And we're gonna do an F vector. Actually, no, we're not. We're gonna see if we need to do an F vector in a moment. You're gonna do an F vector here, but we're gonna use it as a namespace and get our 0 vector. So definitely kills movement. And then we're gonna further kill the movement with our cube mesh by doing set physics angular velocity in degrees, also to our 0 vector. It definitely further kills movement. Okay. And then finally, after I go back and put the semicolon in that I totally skipped, we're gonna set B reset timer active to true. Okay. You think about return cubes on trace. Why would I be tracing? Like I get the question. I'm just not sure why I'd be tracing. So I'm not sure where you're coming from with that question. If you want to explain, I will try to answer the question. And here what we're going to do is... So that negative 35 isn't on the cube. And that is something I was thinking about, actually, but it isn't the negative 35 I was thinking about. That is on the spring arm. And that is an absolute value. That's the reason I did that. But you might be right about one thing, and that's, it's not a road, okay. But it's not that negative 35, it's something else. It's, let me show you what I think the issue might be. Is that, oh wait, no, the cube doesn't, yeah. I mean, the rotation of that cube as it falls, that's what's concerning me. And if you reset it back to that location, the cube itself is rotated. But notice even as it was rotating, the negative 35 thing stayed at that particular angle. Tracked. Yeah, I get what you mean now. So yeah, I get where you're coming from, and I am thinking about that already. It's just not the negative 35 part that's going to be the issue. It's going to be the actual rotation of the cube. But good spotting on that, because that is why I was like maybe I want to add something here, and I was thinking about it for a minute, like, oh, I'm going to add an F vector in to try to account for that. But I want to see what happens first to see if we need to account for it. So what we're going to then do here is, man, code smell wise, I should probably drop this into its own function. And in fact, that is what I am going to do. So we're gonna have void set movement. Sorry, that face was, I have no idea if that E key issue is gonna drive me up the wall. All right, let's just quickly grab that. Come on, IntelliSense. And we're gonna take all of this, cause code smell. And we're gonna pop that in there. We're gonna grab that bit, pop that there. And then we will do if b reset timer. Sorry, I was trying to find the name active. Now here's a question for you all. That current setup, yeah, that C is not capital, but whatever. That current setup is good, but for a newbie, is that gonna be too confusing, or should I do equal true there? What are your thoughts, chat? Leave as is, or add in equal true for newbies to coding and UE5. All right, so what we're gonna do here is sorry, I'm just thinking about something. I'm thinking about how I'm gonna reset this just really quickly. No, that's gonna be too advanced. That's what we're gonna do for the Ball Buster game. And now I just called it Ball Buster. I realized that isn't the name we settled on earlier. Right, let's hang on. Let's go back here. That can go away. Let's grab our reset timer. And again, I realize I can actually use a real timer. I get that. We're gonna do plus equal delta time. Okay. If reset timer is equal to or greater than or equal to our reset timer target, we are going to set forward value to be equal to forward or default forward value. We are going to set B reset timer active to false. And because we're still in here, we haven't returned out of this. We are going to set reset timer to 0.0. And in fact, actually, in here, what we're going to do is also set the reset timer to 0. And this is just to ensure that nothing is carrying over by accident. And while I was thinking about that, there is one other thing I'm going to add in. And that is an if statement here. So if the reset timer is not active, actually, and we're going to leave that out just for a moment, because I want to see if why I was adding that in is a valid concern. All right. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the check. Give me a second to catch up. Check and registration f vector cube, add variable, last variable, and type f vector. Sorry, I'm not sure when you said that and in relation to what. Which part were you looking at? And while I wait for that response, I'm going to quickly test this just to see if the rough logic I am mapping out actually works. And of course, it's not going to until I do this. No, I haven't done anything yet. There's nothing to test. Right, so we need to be in here, and we need to do sorry, I was just we don't need a constructor really because we're just going to use the parent. We just need the virtual void notify actor begin overlap. And collision boxes don't need the long one, so it's just a actor, pointer, other actor, override. I think that's right. I'll find out in half a second, because if it yells at me once I... Notify actor begin overlap. If the cube down from the track, check where the cube was on a previous tick. Oh no, I want the player to restart at the very beginning. That's why I've done that. In a later one, I'll be setting it so they restart at near where they last were at. It's right there. What do you want about? All right, we'll do this the fun way. And we'll find out if I'm doing it wrong in just a moment. Sorry, that faces guy accidentally typed in thingamajigger, the wrong window. All right, so this is another moment of truth if I've actually remembered this one correctly without looking at the API. Oh, god damn it. I hit the wrong build button. Yeah, I know you failed. I know. I know. You don't need to tell me. I need to hit that button. All right. Sorry, I'm sounding really like grumpy at the code right there. And you'll have the cube where it was before. Yeah. I get that. Sorry. I mean, that is one option to do this, but I like to punish the player a tiny bit and reset them at the very beginning. Okay, so that is correct. We built properly. We're going to do a check because we're using a pointer. So again, I realize I could do this without doing the null pointer, but again, just a throwback to how I was taught to do things. or how I was originally showing how to do things. And you know what? We're not going to do an interface for this. We're actually just going to flat out cast, because screw it. We're going to need, however, then to include our player. No. Yes. Oh, duh. Like Coyote time? Oh, I see what you mean. Giving them a moment before they fall. Okay. Yeah, You know, that might be something really useful to include, actually. Let me think about how I would teach that. I actually might include that in the replicated one instead, because I didn't plan to do that there. I plan to have it like just randomly pop you back a few paces from where you fell off. But adding in coyote time, Jesus, plus that actually might make it more interesting. I like that idea. So yeah, you're on my Discord, right? If you are, please send me a message to remind me to add coyote time to one of the 3 starter ones we're doing. That way I remember to actually do it, because I like that idea. Right. So we're gonna do a player cube. Yeah, a player cube. Pointer. We're gonna call this target, and we're gonna cast to a player cube. Okay. Lovely. And we're gonna do other actor as our target there. Think so? Okay. And then we're gonna check if this successfully casted. So we're gonna do another if, and then we want to know target equals null pointer. And then we're going to, from there, do our target. And because we have a reference to the actual class we just created, and I left it public, that's why I said screwed doing a interface, we will do reset location. Okay. Yeah, true. It is in the description. It is. Smoker's cough now, not COVID cough. I can actually feel the difference between the coughs. That is a scary part. Because one is productive and one's a non-productive cough. If you don't know what productive versus non-productive cough means, Google. Just avoid the image section. Let me just put it that way. Because those are technical terms. Oh. There it is. Okay, that successfully compiled. Awesome, sweet, and all that fun, fine jazz. Let's just grab this thing. Because, hey, we can just drop this into the actual world. Also, I'm going to just center that at 0. And, you know what? Yeah, no, I'm going to keep scaling this out. We're going to do 1,000 in the X. The Z doesn't matter. And let's 0 this there as well. And let's do another 1,000. Oh, God. Okay. A little bit too long. Let's just go to the start of this and drop out one of those zeros. Cool. Gross. Yeah, like I said, don't go to the image section. Okay, seriously, if you don't know what a productive cough is, like when you can feel the stuff in your lungs coming up, like not vomit, not stuff in your stomach, the stuff in your lungs, and like there's phlegm and mucus, that's productive. It is producing something. A non-productive cough is a dry cough. All right. I mean, it is slightly rotated, but, yeah. I tried to move backwards, and I just remembered you can't move backwards in this. I was like, why isn't the S key working? Sputum. Yep. You know, it's just going to be an endless loop of this thing running off the side now. Boop. Okay. So, sorry, that reaction, like my anger reaction of, I just realized something. ASMR dev, where are you getting how am I doing ASMR right now? That reaction of like, oh my god, I forgot something, and just me hitting my legs, was due to the fact that I just realized that actually I will be doing inheritance, just not in the way I thought I would. The reset's going to be used when you also hit, objects. Obstacles. That's the word I'm looking for. Obstacles. You can't hear the cube, though. How is there ASMR in that? Go, cube. Go real slow, cube. You want me to do this while I code? I mean, it's really creepy, and you can hear all the saliva in my mouth. I don't think anyone... I don't think anyone would enjoy that. I mean, I can make my pants silly. I'll bring my leg up and start rubbing the jeans against the microphone. I am sure everyone is now really disturbed by what I just did. I can see Sergey or Sam just staring at the screen in terror, going, what the shit is wrong with this person? That makes one of us on both points there. All right. You know, I just want to just see something really quickly. Wow, I like how I capitalized the D. I want to add a static mesh mech. I want to add a static mech. Knock knock on Discord. I had no context to when. Sorry, Kiwi. I forgot you were here. I am so sorry. Oh my god. I have a meditation game actually for VR. I had a 10-pound voucher for a game, and I bought a 7-pound game, and I had a 3-pound voucher left over. There was a 3-pound meditation game. I'm like, you know what? I'm curious. Let me put it this way. I am sure for many, many people that it's actually a really, really useful tool. Like, honestly, it's well done. It's well crafted. It's actually really, really good at the hand tracking it has you do, because it has Tai Chi in there as well as meditation. And I'm sure that people with better balance and hand-eye coordination and just a little bit more patience than me would really enjoy it. I'm not at all ragging on this game whatsoever. I think it's actually really well done, honestly. I just hate the crap out of it because it stresses me out. Oh my god, it stresses me out. Like, I'm feeling so judged by the computer and my lack of meditative abilities. Like, oh my god, it is so stressful that I hate it. And again, really well coded. Beautiful graphics, great sound, great tracking in the motion controller parts and in the hand tracking. But, oh my god, it just for some reason makes me really anxious. And like, I will normally be the one playing like cardio games, you know, in VR, or exercise games in VR, or horror games in VR. I love horror games in VR, by the way. And I don't get anxious. But that meditation game? Just the VR itself makes me anxious for some reason. Also, welcome in, Tankman. How are you doing today, by the way? Why did I say by the way at the end of that sentence? I am so sorry about that. How are you doing, Tankman? By the way, I'm looking this way for anyone who's coming in because your chat is over here, the code is over here, or the blueprint right now is over here, along with the camera. But when I'm reading chat, I will look this direction, and you'll tend to notice I am always looking this direction. Sorry, let me look at Discord really quickly just to make sure that I got that message, Sergey. You said knock knock. Oh, so good news and bad news. Sergey, I got your request. That's the good news. The bad news is I got somebody else's request at the same time. I'm not sure which one you... Thank you. I like how you knew what to say. Like, literally, your request came in a moment before the other person's did then. Okay. Accept it. There you go. Are you actually on my server? You have to be if you added me as a friend, but... Oh yeah, we're both on Slacker's and my server. Okay. Right, so when you send me that note, I will make sure to include it for one of the other ones. For this, what we're going to do is we are going to add in a... Sorry, by the way, Tankman, just so you're aware of what we're doing today, is... so I began working on 2 tutorials for Unreal 5 when they were in early access. Or when Unreal 5 was in early access. So it, not they. And I was nearly done with them, by the way. And then it released. And I decided, instead of dealing with some issues around releasing tutorials for the early access version, I was going to re-record them. And then I sat down and thought, you know what I can do? Because I was looking at just the mark. I was looking at some of the analytics stuff, and I made a decision that I'm going to create a set of at least 3 tutorials for one of them. So the thing I originally was working on was this replicated thing called Marble Void, which the chat has decided to call, yes, the recording of this will be on the channel, which the chat has suggested the name Battle Balls, because they're more like ball bearings than marbles, because they're made of metal, or at least metal material. They're made of mesh. And instead of just doing that, what I'm going to do is a beginner series guiding people progressively from a very simple endless runner game into a slightly more complex endless runner, and then taking the complexity of that and then going into a replicated game that's going to pull everything we've done previously and add bits and bobs in to get a replicated UE5 game. In addition, I also had the Battle Royale game that I was working on prior to the early access, and it isn't a full game, it's a template for a game, for a tutorial. So I'm prepping out the, series of videos we're doing to get people from not having done anything in Unreal 5 and potentially not having done anything in C++ all in, into being able to do a very basic game, into doing a slightly more advanced game, into doing something that's honestly fairly advanced, Replication, but not covering all the ins and outs of Replication, just a sort of taster for it, if that makes any sense. So we're doing it mostly, actually we're doing it all in C++, and some implementation is in Blueprint. This current Blueprint I have open, I just want to test something before we even try it in C++, because I'm a bit uncertain if it will let me do this, and it will. I can already tell it will. And we're just going to call this mesh for now. And we'll use cube. And thank you very much, Tankman. I was gonna say, your name looks familiar to me. I feel like you've left a comment or two on some of my videos, or you're on my Discord. I just couldn't place it. We are going to get this set. We're gonna do world scale. Wait. That's relative, isn't it? We're gonna do set relative scale. Oh, so you're aware. You're gonna hate me in about 5 seconds, by the way. Just to give you a heads up, Tankman. I want you to watch the screen. Like, just don't listen. Watch, actually actively watch the screen, so you can understand why you're gonna hate me. I just have to find it really quickly, sorry. Ready for why you're gonna hate me? I've remastered the series. That's new, by the way, that video. That wasn't in the original one. That's just section 1. Here's section 2. That's also kind of new. That is an updated version of the old one. That is actually the version from like video 54 of the original series. That's the same as the old one, except for it's split into 2 parts at the side. So it has been remastered. And I've changed the order in which I'm presenting the material. And to make matters, to tease you even more with stuff. Just to be a bit more of a tease here. Sergey, I have thought about it for ages, and honestly, like, I've done them already. Like, I haven't done tutorials about them, but I've done them already. The issue with doing one... Wow, that actually made my thing really laggy. Give me a second. Because I'm watching my own stream, I just need to switch back to the analytics. Okay, I'm still here. The reason I haven't actually done a tutorial is... Actually, there's a vlog of me doing one, of working on one. What the heck just happened to my terrain? Sorry. The reason I haven't done one is most systems for attributes and abilities are like copywritten systems, like they're owned either by Hasbro, Onyx Path. I can't remember who actually owns Onyx Path. Hasbro owns D&D, by the way, and a whole bunch of other companies. So I haven't done it because I don't know what system I can get away with doing. I believe I can get away with doing a generic D10 system, but the thing is, I don't want to create a system for a tutorial and just for a tutorial. Like, that is a lot of effort. I don't know why because I have multiple instances of it open and I'm streaming. I think that might be why it's laggy. Sorry, let me just read back on the questions or comments. Comments in the beginning of their channel. Are you the person that was giving me a hard time about editable? Yes, I hate that word still. Oh my god, I hate that word. I hate that word more than you can imagine. Was some of the earlier content prototyped on Discord voice chat a while back? The one I missed most of the game logic and stayed up for everything else. Early content talking about... No, because I didn't... Well, I did have Discord at the time. I wasn't advertising my Discord originally until, like, section 2 or 3 of the original run. And then I went back and put in all the videos. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. In early Discord for the server, for the current iteration of the server, what I did was I didn't do any live prep or anything like that. That was very new. I started doing that just over a year ago on the survival series only. What I did do was have people come in to help me learn how to set up the microphone correctly. Because in the original recordings, like the actual original recordings, the early, like first like 20 or so recordings, the microphone I was using was this one. Actually, when I say this one, same headset type, it's actually the broken headset sitting over there with that microphone. This was the microphone that I replaced that with, which is why the sound quality got better. Let's figure out what the heck is going on here, because... Right. Well, I can't tease you, Tank, with what I was going to tease you with. Sorry about that. I was going to show you what it looks like. Bum. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing that in there. That'd be in the construction script. I am probably going to be finishing up in the next 30 minutes, to be fair. So I said this was going to be a 4-hour stream. Mostly because on Fridays, when I stream late, I don't have time to cook dinner. So if you head off now and you need 30 to 40 minutes, I will probably be done by the time you're back. Let me just drop this into the world really... You know what? Why am I doing it this way? And yes, I know I could turn that thing on. I haven't yet. That is a massive cube. You know what? I might use a different cube, actually. I didn't realize how big that was. Sad. Sorry about that, man. It's just, yeah, Fridays are weird for me, and I didn't like the last couple of Friday streams I did because the timing was so bad for me in terms of being able to eat, in terms of being able to get to bed. But remember, I am live tomorrow at 12:30 BST. So Sergey, if you want to be here, you know, I will be again live tomorrow, 12:30 British Summer Time, and on Monday is when I release the usual tutorials. So welcome, you know, in at any point. I'm always glad to answer questions. I am not so glad when people are, you know, well, you saw earlier. Yeah. But yeah, welcome into the community, man. And I hope you have a wonderful day, by the way, if you've not heard me say that before. You know what? We're just going to plop this in the center of the map and see if it works, okay? Oh god, where did I plop it? I thought I was... Okay, so we're not using that cube, because that cube definitely did not show up. We're going to use that cube. We're going to delete the... Okay. We're going to make the cube tiny. Alright, we're going to do 0.75 in all of the axes. There we go. Ah, Sam, don't worry about Blender for this. This is meant to be done with everything in engine. That's the point of this one. What I'm not getting... I mean, yay, it's working. Is, why I can't see this. Oh, God. That is, the Vive controller. I just... You know what? As long as I can see it, I'm happy. We're going to just give it a grass texture. How strange. Okay. So. Huh. Well, I guess that idea was not going to work. What we're going to do instead... We'll create an actor. That's what we'll do instead. Okay. So, C++ classes, beginner, public, endless runner. And we'll call this, obstacle master. We're going to create class. Yes, I realized I spelled obstacle wrong, by the way. I caught that right as I hit enter. Okay. Let's go back to there, reload all. And from there, we can proceed fairly easily. So, you know what? I'm going to tell people when they do the tutorial, hey, we've already done all of this. We have done a trigger volume, and we've done a player cube. And because I'll be showing people how to use the API, I'm going to offer this, when we do this video, as a challenge, or the end of a video for a challenge, you know, and say, hey, take what we've done previously, create an create an actor called Obstacle Master, take what we did in the player cube for setting up a cube, and take what we did in the, and look up how to add in a collision box, and then take what we did in the reset trigger and replicate that in the obstacle master. Bed life? Oh, sorry. My reading issue ended up. Blender for life. I got it. Sorry. You know what? Maya for life. And I actually have Maya. And 3D Max. I will say I love the little tutorial you get the first time you open up Maya. It's like, do you want to... It's not like... Sorry. It's not like, do you want a tour of the interface? It's a actual interactive, like, event in the Maya environment where you have to find certain objects in the world, use certain hotkeys, move objects. It's actually really, really funny. I got it for free, legally too. And they have other ones you can download too for like sculpting and other things. Sometimes it's a bit, it's a little bit too anal, but eh. For anyone who doesn't know what the use of the word anal there means, it's the Freudian sense of the word, meaning that it is, I can't think of the word I'm looking for now. It's something. Give me 1 second. Is UE5 so revolutionary as they claim? I didn't take the time to catch up with things because of work. I got free time starting this week. So, I'm gonna be very, very blunt, I guess, about that. Yes and no. Like, it's not like we're getting, you know, the old medical model. So for anyone who doesn't know about rendering medical models, by the way, if you can render medical models, you have a career made in rendering art, by the way. Like, seriously, big money in that. If you can, like, it isn't going to be able to render every grain of sand, which is something that the medical ones try to do, but because they're not running at real time, like they're, you know, pre-captured stuff, it's easy to do. There are some really great updates, some really great features built in. How usable they are, how applicable they are, how easy to access they are, is something that I'm personally still researching. But in my practice with it so far, it is not as sweeping of a game changer as I said, but what is updated in it and what works in it, do note the wording, what works in it, is very much well worth its time and its use. I am confident that as the engine progresses, as they move some of the things out of beta into full release within the engine, because remember, the engine is made of modules. Not all the modules have to be at release standard when the thing gets released. I mean, heck, UE 4.27, the last version of UE4, had several modules still in beta. Some of those modules aren't in beta in UE5, some still are. But as more of the core modules they were talking about get put to release status, I am going to say that the engine will become significantly better than it currently is. That said, and again, I haven't worked too much with Chaos. I've looked at it, I have played with it, I just haven't had as much time with it as I had with Apex. For anyone who doesn't know, Apex is the old physics engine. Chaos is the new physics engine. Chaos does some things a lot better, I've noticed, than Apex. But I've also noticed, and this is just looking at the engine, the core engine code, that there are actual typos in the physics engine for Apex. It led to some issues. And at one point, they actually the wrong variable passed in, or the wrong variable type. There's actually a video on that from one of the programmers for... Was it Grip, or one of the other racing games that starts with a G? One of those ones, not Gran Turismo. where the physics programmer actually had to go in and go, oh god, and update the engine. But what I've seen of the physics engine is it is better. It is lacking some features from Apex that I would like to see back. Like, Apex was nice in that it allowed for a slightly simplified, I think is the best word, version of some physics things. Whereas in Chaos, the ones I'm thinking about don't exist. And it might be they don't exist yet. But so far, outside of every criticism I'm leveling at it right now, and the fact that it doesn't feel as stable as UE4.26, I have really appreciated working with UE5. I have enjoyed it. The bugs, however, are honestly really strange. Like, they are bugs. And I'm not talking about in the code. I'm just talking about opening the engine. I am getting bugs. You saw one a little bit ago. But yeah. No. Oh, sorry. Yes. They are, actually. Or no, they're considered beta, I think. I think the wording from Epic, and I could be mistaken on that, sorry. I'm actually opening my notes from the Epic training I had to take. Oh god, I have, training for the thingamajigger for, my authorized certification thingy next month. I'm gonna do 2 weeks of it instead of 1 week, because they have a second course I'm really interested in that doesn't relate to what I teach, but I'm just generally interested. Give me a second. CPD, Lumen notes. You know what? You can have these up on the screen. So, I mean, it's a really short set of notes, but they're probably typos. Did I include the wording they had in here? No, I did not. Okay. So, Matthew, and if you don't know who Matthew is, he used to run a YouTube channel before Epic hired him. He is the, Tomatoes guy. And, so if you don't know anybody with Tomatoes, Tomatoes, that guy. He is now one of their official, tutorial content creator people. He's employed by them. I love his work inside and out. And he did the video in which I took these notes. Like, these are my notes from watching his video on Lumen. And I can't remember his wording, but he said that it's still a work in progress. And as things happen, or as things move forward, there will be updates and things will get better. Some of the issues noted in here, some of the limitations in both software ray tracing and hardware ray tracing are being addressed. You know, this issue he mentioned is being addressed. He did give a really amusing workaround where you set the emissive flag and it addresses the cards not loading for Lumen. Sorry, I was about to say Nanite. How much did they change the API? Honestly, I haven't gone through the entire API to know. I would say, based on what I've seen, unless you are working directly with Nanite, Lumen, Chaos, or particular material requirements, you aren't going to see too much of a change in your coding side. In fact, most code I have written in the previous series, except for, and I know this off the top of my head, except for 3 components from the RTS series and the Survival series combined, will translate from UE4 to UE5. Now, with one of those 3, and remember, I just said only 3, out of 2 tutorials, where one is over 100 videos long, and the other one we're entering video 54 this upcoming week, 55. I know the playlist is like twice that length, but remember, prep videos and review videos and intro videos. So like in the RTS series, what doesn't transfer over is the car, which is fine, because actually in the new RTS, I'm going to do a different approach to the car all in, like a completely different approach. Screw the physics calculations. In the Survival series, the tessellation doesn't translate over, but Nanite replaces that. And in that same series, the volumetric cloud setup is different in UE5 than it was in 4. And for some reason, the clouds that I wrote in 4, because I write custom volumetric clouds, don't work in UE5 the same way. That said, if I redo it by hand, it works fine. So, not entirely sure what's going on with that one. But overall, it's not too... there are a lot of drastic changes, but a lot of them are behind the hood. And unless you are going into the engine itself, unless you are customizing the engine, unless you're focusing on the use of nanite or the use of lumen, unless you're doing the design side of it, I haven't felt that there's too much of a difference. Now, I could be speaking from a very biased point of view. I run a YouTube channel where I'm working on UE4 code and UE5 code. We have private contracts doing coding for UE4 and UE5. I do VR research where I program. So I am immersed in it 24/7. So for me, I might be saying, hey, there aren't that many noticeable changes, but it might be that I'm just naturally looking at the updates going, okay, I get it, and implementing it. Or looking at the training and just implementing it. So take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. Also take my grain of salt with a grain of salt, because I don't mean to sound egotistical. It's just, I know how I work, and I know when something new is added in. I am very quick to kind of just incorporate it into my process. Because IBM was really wonderful during my training as a researcher with how much they updated SPSS. If you don't know why I'm laughing and putting air quotes around the word updated, look up the history of SPSS before it was owned by IBM, after it was owned by IBM, and why IBM finally went, oh, we're idiots. For anyone who doesn't actually know or doesn't want to look it up, SPSS was originally owned by a different company. IBM wanted to have their own statistics package that was better than the other two leading packages out there. SPSS was the market leader. When IBM released, and after a few years, SPSS was still the market leader. So IBM said, screw it, and bought the two competitors. And they intentionally made the code bad. They intentionally messed it up. This isn't like a joke where I'm, saying, oh, they just didn't know what they were doing. No, they intentionally screwed up the code. Unfortunately, and the reason why they did it was they were trying to sync the other two products they just bought so that their original IP for a stats software package would take off. It did not go as they planned. SPSS continued to outsell their in-house package. So they went, okay, screw it. We know that our package apparently isn't liked. We'll focus on SPSS. And so I started my training in research just a few years after that point. And as a result of that, I was in the phase where they were still removing all the bugs they put in. So the updates were more like... Excuse me. The updates weren't all that great. And the hilarious part was, I took a year out between my master's degree and my PhD. And in that year, they actually did genuine updates. And I remember coming back to it and going, all the things I had to do by hand are now a button. I can press a button. That is so much easier. But they've updated every year. They have made some significant updates. And I'm usually able to incorporate it pretty quickly into my workflow just because I have to. So again, that's why I'm saying I might be incorporating it. It isn't about ego. It's just, it is part of my job. So do take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. That wasn't very ASMR-like. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're not going to live down the ASMR comment now, by the way. So I'm going to finish. I like how someone logged out because I did that. Literally right as I finished that ASMR thing, someone drew. Oh no, you haven't seen it yet. I'm watching myself do it now. Someone dropped right before I did it. All right, so I'm just gonna finish out obstacle master. Sorry, I'm gonna mock the typo in this, and then we're gonna call it here. So, I'm just gonna cheat. We're gonna copy that over, because what I want to do is the reason why I'm cheating is I want to follow what the challenge I've just laid out that I said I was gonna lay out for users is gonna be, which is to do this by copying, excuse me, what they had done previously. Excuse me again. And that way, everything that I'm asking someone else to do, I know is doable the way I'm saying, hey, do this challenge. So this isn't gonna be called, actually, we'll still call it Cube Mesh. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to rename it. I said that they need to add in, using the API, a collision sphere. So even though I know what the header is for all that, let's just do that ourselves and type in UE5 API, because I'm gonna probably show them how to find this API, or yeah, UE5 C++ collision box header. U-box component is what I'm looking for. All right, so they'll copy this in. We'll paste that there. And then, actually what I'm gonna do is get rid of this mesh bit, because we don't have to have the sub ones for this one. It will run alongside. In fact, actually, I'm probably going to run it a bit differently in that I'm not going to release it because I'm still editing Section 2. All of Section 1 has been edited and released on Patreon. Section 2 has been recorded. Section 3, I'm in the process of recording. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to release each section fully on Patreon. And once I have released the section after whatever I have, once I have released all of Section 2 on Patreon, I will begin making Section 1 public. At least that's what I'm going to do at the start. God knows I'll probably slow that down as we get farther in. But I haven't decided if I'm going to drop all videos in one day, do one a day, or do one a week. So that part I am still deciding on, but it will be concurrent because I am still also working on the survival series. You know, even though I'm recorded up to... Heck, what video have I recorded up to now? I think it's like 77, and that was a year ago. I stopped recording the survival series a year ago. I kept working on it. I just haven't been recording stuff. By working on it, I mean the prep file. Gameplay mechanics, swimming, video 77 is where I left off. And to give you an idea, on Patreon, they have access up to video 57. And I'm in the process of editing video 58, which is the first lightning video. The number of times I spell lightning incorrectly really hurts my soul. All right, so for this, just to get this back up, it is it really U-box component? Give me a second. We're gonna just go back on this for a moment. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a particular function. I actually think I might be using the wrong one. Nope, I don't think I am anymore. I'm seeing what I'm looking for. Yep, okay, I am using the right one. Sorry, I was looking for the begin and end overlap. I saw the end overlap, but I'm looking for... I actually might be using the wrong one. It's, get overlapping actors, get overlapping actors, get overlapping components, get overlaps with actor. I'm not actually sure that's the right one. Anyone give me a second. Let's go to a trigger box. No, I know what I typed in. I want what I typed in. Thank you. Excuse me, still for the coughing. No, it is U-Box. I am using the right one. Okay, sorry. Alright, and I'm telling them to copy this stuff over, so that is a pointer, and this will be our trigger volume. I am still having issues with my E key, clearly. That was a full stop instead of a semicolon. Alright, sorry, I'm just thinking what else we need. Okay. We don't need that idea from my notes because that's for the third game. We just need a notify actor begin to overlap. And sorry, just give me a second. I just realized something. I want to include something else in here. And that is a virtual void notify actor end overlap. And that's a actor other actor override. Okay. And because I know it's going to give me funkiness, we're going to do... Oh, shoot. I should probably copy the entire line. Boom. Paste, grab that, get rid of that, paste, oh, thought I copied that, paste that in, get rid of this bit, and do that, and we're gonna do, no, we're not. We don't need to do that. Because we're not storing it. It's a local variable. Sorry, ignore me. If that wasn't a local we were storing, I would want to do what I was about to do. Alright, so, well, I told them, hey, we're going to copy this over, so they should grab that. And, paste this in, I guess. And they're being really pedantic. As I, choke to death on air. Boom. Okay. Ooh, it is still boiling in here, dude. Like, I am dying. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Still non-productive. Still my smoker's cough. Also, my COVID has been negative. As I try not to cough while saying that, ironically. Right, give me a second. I'm killing the camera. I'm still here. Still gonna be talking. I hit the wrong button. Someone mentioned Fallout. For anyone who doesn't know, anyone who's new, if I'm still here and I'm talking but my camera's off, either I'm doing a tutorial, oh, hey, Freak Sheep was part of the server. Let's see if he posted anything. What? So I'm confused because he's left the server, but he never joined the server according to any of our documents. Sorry, I'm just responding to admin really quickly. Also, sorry, I'm not smoking right now. I am actually still responding to admin, who I am live. And again, all right. Sorry. Yeah, we're just talking about something that happened on the server, completely unrelated to what happened earlier. There was an issue. There were a couple of issues recently on the server. From somebody going off on a very, very inappropriate rant to other things. So been trying to figure out how we're going to respond to some of the stuff. Also, give me 1 second. I need to check the playlist. I'm kind of concerned we're actually no longer in the correct playlist. We're not. I actually need this to not do that ever again. Alright, I have set it to properly loop. Huh. I didn't know that was a feature in Discord. So, what we're going to do when I'm back from the cigarette while I'm still talking to you is we are going to just, again, copy over what we did previously, make sure everything is set up correctly. You know what? God damn it, I did this incorrectly. I actually did do this incorrectly. Give me a second. I want to see if my original idea will work, because I've done it before. And if it does, this makes it so much easier. And I know it's 0.75 I want. Okay. Here's one for you. I'm opening up a different editor really quickly. You're hopefully you'll be able to see it if it doesn't glitch out on me again. And this might be one I actually have to do in C++. God dang it. Alright, so I'm opening up another instance of that game I mentioned earlier that I was working on originally in the old version of Unreal 5. Sorry, it opened up in the other window. So here's that game. Ooh, wow, that is laggy. So you see those two paths to the right and left? I'm going to go over one of them right now. Hello, lag. Jeez, I do not want to see the frame rate for this. So that is the thing we're trying to create, actually. Now, that isn't going to reset things. But let me grab one of the marbles. And since I'm already moving to the right, I'm just going to grab this marble to the right. Really? Aren't you triggered to that one? Are you not triggered to that one? I am surprised I remember how I set this thing up. Alright, so this one is definitely triggered to that thing. I thought I left the 2 default balls triggered to the... There we go. And you'll notice that ball will vanish in a second. Sorry, I had a breakpoint that I had to respond to really quickly. I think I removed all the breakpoints. I'll find out in a second. So literally, I am doing what I did already. So I'm not entirely sure why it isn't working the other one. Yep, I removed the breakpoint. Okay. Oh, I know what you're there for. You're there for here. Or not. Are you still when I was working at the bug? I guess you were still when I was working at the bug. So that is literally the thing I'm trying to redo. Also, let me turn my camera back on. So I know that what I'm trying to design works. So I'm not entirely sure why I'm getting that error. Yeah, okay. Oh. Son of a... So yeah, we were going about it the wrong way. Okay. So, wonderful news. We don't need that class we created earlier. All we're going to do instead is we're going to create the correct class. Yeah, no, I just forgot to actually check the actor itself, which, to be fair, was kind of stupid of me to do. But yeah, we can very quickly fix this up. Alright, so I guess I'm gonna give them a different challenge. What we're going to do instead is take this reset trigger and derive a child from this called Obstacle Master. Notice I spelled it right this time. We're going to create this class. Let it do its thing. Yep, I know there's going to be an error. That's fine. That is completely fine. We're gonna just go to Obstacle Master, and we're gonna comment that out. And also, my Pascal casing is off. Okay. For some reason, Visual Studio opened a second tab of that up. No idea why, but hey, whatever. Let me just quickly... First, let me get rid of this thing, and we're gonna have it pop back up in a moment. Let's just very quickly recompile this. Make sure that we don't have any errors. Yeah, we're good. All right, now let's pop back over to here. And actually, I'm just gonna cheat. Just gonna take this, paste this in here. We do need a constructor. And that will be protected. So our constructor, there we go. And let me grab the correct header. We need the static mesh component. Oh. Actually, I'm gonna, just because I like having what it's inheriting from, and the generator. Oh, the generator has to be last. I like having the inheritance before the things we're adding in. Okay, and then what we're gonna do here is we are going to attach it to the. We're gonna spawn in the thing and attach it to the trigger volume in the other one. So. We're gonna take this A obstacle master here. And take that. Ooh, that is not what I meant to do. That is what I meant to do. Okay, so we're gonna do set actor hidden in game to false. We are going to do excuse me, primary actor tick B can ever tick is true, and then set up the mesh. So what did I name it again? It's cube mesh. Actually, I'm just gonna rename this as obstacle mesh. Okay. Take obstacle mesh, and we are going to create default sub. Really? Create default sub object of type U static mesh component. Text will be our obstacle mesh. We are going to take our obstacle mesh, and we are going to set up attachment, and we are going to get collision component. Ah, I know what we're missing. We needed one header. And we're looking for trigger box, I believe. So I'm just looking for this one. I want the header, please. Of course. That's gonna be the same page. Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. That's all I wanted. Alright, we're gonna let it just sit there for a while, see if that resolves anything in a moment. But what we're gonna do then is go down here, do obstacle mesh, and we will do set relative scale 3D. That's gonna be an F vector, and that's gonna be 0.75F, 0.75F, 0.75F. No one saw that. All right, give me 1 second. I actually need to look something up. Yeah, no, we already have engine box trigger. I thought so. We're inheriting from here, so let me just, I want to see this API really quickly because I want to see one thing within it. You know, why are we doing this in C++? We've already done the base code. All we're doing is adding a static mesh. So I actually am just gonna do it as a blueprint. I don't know why I was... We're gonna do BP obstacle. We will do what I did in the editor a moment ago here instead. I, again, don't know why I thought we should be doing that in C++. There is no reason to. That is the wrong cube. That is also the wrong... Oh, I forgot to set the size. That's why. 0.75. Yeah, go back to 1. Hit the lock key. And then do 0.75. Yeah, we will just do it that way, because that actually makes a lot more sense, because there's no reason to have multiple classes just to add in a single static mesh. So we'll have something like that, and then we'll have to go back in and make sure to hide the collision boxes themselves. Okay, so that I was able to dodge. It's the right spacing. I'm just gonna hit the one in the center. Yep, okay. So then we'll go back in and have them hidden in game. I notice those boxes now disappear. All right. So yeah, hey Noxy. How are you doing, man? We're about to finish up because I just finished what I said I was gonna do before we ended this stream. So what do people think about this for a beginner's tutorial? For people who have not touched Unreal 5 and or not touched C++. We have a good mix, I think, of C++ and showing how C++ then can lead into using blueprints, a la the obstacle, or a la me like hemming and hawing over, am I going to do it in C++ or am I going to do it in Blueprint? I do want to check something really quickly. I don't want you guys to see what I'm checking. It's something bad, don't worry. What I'm doing is just making sure that nobody else doing tutorials is currently doing anything like this in UE5 for beginners, because if they are, I'm not going to recreate the same content, so it's a bit of market research. I will be doing more of this off stream, but I'm just doing this quickly right now while I wait to hear what people think of this idea for a starting point for newbies. And I am also checking. I guess C++ is a bit harder still. Harder in what way? So I'm also just going to quickly pop open my notepad and make some notes we're going to add in. So what we'll do for this one is C++ player, BP game state, C++ reset collision, derived BP from collision for obstacles, to be determined UI, score, time, and end game. What will be different between this endless runner and this endless runner is add in starting challenges to reinforce previous learning. Shooting mechanic. Shooting, destroying obstacles. Random spawn of obstacles. Random spawn of different rooms. Okay, so Sam, I'm gonna respond to your thing separately in just a moment because something you said there is I have something to show you in response to that. It's kind of funny. So, for beginners, I personally would add some more explanation of the terms. One would be enable in the in editor, used to enable the in editor functionality. Like you, yeah. I planned on so because I'm doing this live and I'm not actually teaching it, I haven't explained it. But what I would be doing in the tutorial is each time we have U specifier or U property or U function, which uses U specifiers, I would actually be doing, let me just get a new tab open and bring it over. I'd be showing the U specifier, UE5. I'd be showing this and walking through, okay, this is how we enable things to be used in Blueprint. So it would all be there. There'd be links in the description. I'm not actually doing this as I do this with you guys now as a tutorial. It's just, here's the rough idea of the content in terms of what they'll be achieving, not how it'll be taught. Now, to come back to Sam's thing. So Sam, the irony of what you said. I said I'm gonna get a new tab, and the reason why I wanted to get a new tab is I didn't want to show Sam what came up when I did my search. Yeah. Endless Runner game tutorial. I got Bracky's tutorial in Unity. And again, to be fair, Bracky's is a brilliant educator. Truly brilliant. Like, I honestly like how he teaches. And yeah, just his style is but yeah, no, he does it in 10 videos. I'm thinking we're actually probably gonna be around 5 videos based on what we've done today, because I can do a lot of this much faster now that I've thought it out. But again, the idea isn't we're trying to get people to create endless runners in Unreal. The idea is we're trying to get people comfortable working not only in Unreal, so not only working in Blueprints, but also working in C++. So the idea isn't, oh, endless runners and Unreal is the go-to thing, we should all do it. You can do an endless runner in nearly any engine. From Godot to CryEngine. Sorry, I'm laughing at the idea of doing an endless runner in CryEngine. To Unity, to Unreal. So that isn't a major thrust for, why are we doing an endless runner? It isn't about Unreal being, a good thing to do an endless runner in. It's about making something that is a bit challenging, but easy enough that most people can easily get through the content. If that makes any sense. The idea is, remember, this is going to be a 3-part series where they do this game first, then they do this game, so they get procedural generation, and then they do this where they're getting the replication side of it. I didn't find the Unreal one. They did a 2D endless runner. If you mean Virtuous, I don't give a crap. I mean, Unreal Engine did one ages ago. This was actually the one that got me to Brackies. I clicked it, and it also says Brackies on the side. All the ones I know are fairly dated. Let me just do UE5 Endless Runner. Okay, so that one's a little bit more recent. This one is going to be, this is from Unreal, which is closer to what I'm currently doing. Hey, look. I popped up. CryEngine, isn't the documentation really rough for the C++ on Cry? Yeah. I have done a couple of things in CryEngine, and all I could think was, this is designed for designers and artists. Oh god, trying to implement anything in code is really tricky. I like the idea of intermediate tutorial that gives you a pathway from BP to C++, as at some point you have to look into it, and man, it's so confusing. So you got to think about the other way around, though. It's C++ into Blueprint. One thing I haven't seen too much material concerns the workflow for C++. The project setup, the files, the structuring, and common errors. A lot of that, to be fair, the file system, the structuring, is a very... I have two kind of responses. in general, thinking in sort of the broad picture of things, the documentation is well versed out there. UE4 Git organization, and yes, I use the British spelling. I think the guy's name is Ali. Give me a second. I'm just gonna dig through my bookmarks to find it. I have a bookmark because I actually reference it so much. UE4 documentation. That's actually in the wrong thing. UE4 assets that I'm looking at. That's why I didn't want to have that on screen. I don't want you to know what assets I'm looking at. Just, you know, I don't want to give free advertisement to somebody who I might not actually like their stuff. C++ stuff. Okay, we're going to just bring this back over because I couldn't find it in my bookmarks. Folder structure UE4. God, this is a very famous thing. I've linked it in one of my videos. This is it. So the ideas already exist out there in general, but a lot of the stuff, until you get into replication and you're thinking about security of data, so private versus public, a lot of the choices you can make can be fairly idiosyncratic. Notice that when I did this, I just dropped them in one folder. Now, let me pop open some code that I've been working on. Also, let me just start closing out things in the background that I don't need anymore. Oh, nope, that's the wrong code. I'm in the wrong folder. No, that was the right code. I don't know why I thought 2 was bigger than 3. So the project is called 3, or has the number 3 in it, and there's a second, there's project 2. So with regards to, you know, structures, you could be doing things differently based on what you're doing. So the one I'm loading up right now in the other window, which I'll drag over in a second. Let me just get to the top of this and get rid of the dependencies. We don't need to see the engine. You know, I organize it the same way I organize it in my tutorials. What the class content is. Are we looking at an interface, a blueprint library, a runtime library, structures, you know, units, widgets. And so because this is a multiplayer game, I've decided to make almost everything private. By the way, for anyone who's watching, who has Patreon and is watching the RTS remaster, this is the prep file I was using when I said my prep file is in C++ this time. And this is the file. So with regards to the structuring, I could talk about that. Yeah, I could bring that in. And I'd probably bring that in around... I wouldn't bring it in the first one, because that's going to be overwhelming and confusing. I'd probably start talking about private versus public during the second game they make, and then go into detail around it in the third game when we're looking at replication. Sam, I haven't looked at the link yet. I was just doing all that. But, K-Beard, how does that sound to you in terms of that structure? Noxie, let me get your thing open. Ooh. So that's back in UE4, and that is 4 years old now. And I know this guy's name. Oh, he's also an authorized instructor. Cool. Oh, he also does, Have I watched any of his stuff before? I like how everyone thought about doing that, and then no one actually kept up with it, including me. So I'm just going through all his videos. I just want to see if I've seen any of his stuff. I have not actually watched any of his videos. Nope. I have. I don't think I finished the videos. I watched 2, and it's a 3-part video, and I watched parts 1 and 3. I watched like 4 minutes of 1 and 30 minutes of 3, and skipped 2 completely. I think I was just looking for something I couldn't find in an API. Huh. However, that series you sent me, which by the way, videos 1 and 2 are uploaded backwards. I have actually watched videos 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't remember this video. Now I know where I know his name from. Okay. I know why I've watched some of his videos. I actually watched one of his videos actively because I was having an issue with game controllers on a menu. And he's the only person that had clear documentation around that. Okay. I was about to say, I knew his name, but couldn't place where. I suppose a different flavoring of the file system makes sense. The part of showing the application of some of the components, it takes me a long time to find out what was persistent and what wasn't. Do you mean persistent in the game world, or persistent in terms of how people tend to structure things? If that makes any sense. Oh, he is freaking out on Twitter. Alright, since he decided to go public. Oh, my 3 key's acting up again. Yeah, you're not getting that one.
I got banned on his channel, by the way, and I don't give a fucking shit. Not even a little bit. But I really needed to make a video about this because this is also going to Epic. This guy is going to report it. So let me explain. This guy is doing a tutorial, I think for an endless runner, in C++ and Unreal Engine.
Oh, hang on. We're going to watch this together. It isn't what I thought it was. Hang on. I'm going to mute this. I've already commented on his video. Just give me a second.
And it came up in my YouTube.
Okay.
Okay, people, welcome back to another video. This is gonna be a fun one. This is about the most
watched
YouTuber that I have met in my entire life. So let me explain what is going on here. And I got banned on his channel, by the way, and I don't give a fucking shit. Not even a little bit. But I really needed to make a video about this.
By the way, because this is his content,
this is also going to Epic. This guy's gonna.
I will post it in the chat.
So let me explain. This guy is doing a tutorial.
There you go.
I think for an endless runner, in C++ and Unreal Engine 5, and it came up in my YouTube feed, and I was like, you know what? Let me have a look, right? And then right here, let me make the screen bigger. This line right here, he's like, well, explain the difference between a blueprint tick and a C++ tick. So when he did that, all I responded, but I mean literally all I responded, let me go all the way up. There is not a big difference between both. Hold on. There is not a big difference. Both run every second / frame, and both are not the most efficient way to run, and this is true.
Sorry, this is just humorous to me.
And notice I didn't say hi in this yet. This is going to be a really important one. Right after that, he wrote that, and he got heated. I'm going to try and see if I can find that specific spot back where it was. Let me see. And that was right after he wrote that part. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, here's responding on kids. Here. Probably gonna be a longer video, but it is fine. It's also be the raw one. It's not getting edited because I'm gonna instantly upload this shit to YouTube.
I mean, okay, dude, you have 34 followers or 23 followers. I have 5K.
I'm just waiting for him to respond. I don't want to cut too far in the front. It is here somewhere. He is still live, by the way, but I'm live reviewing back.
Okay, we're doing the same thing.
Let me make it a little, oh, I can't, because then I don't have the chat. Come on, where are you?
And honestly, I know that's technically wasting processing by doing that. So Frank.
Okay, here it is. So somehow he calls me Frank. He can't read apparently because it literally says freak sheep, but okay, that's fine.
Dude, you don't stream. Clearly you don't stream. I know how I know. The number of people who, hang on, sorry, let me mute this. The number of people who misread names during streamings is hilarious. You know the number of times I get called Neutron during a stream until someone realizes there isn't a R in my name, or sorry, isn't a T in my name. And the funny part is, I did the same thing later on where I go, oh, it's actually freak. And I corrected myself. Good job being insulting and not representing anything and demonstrating your knowledge of nothing. Yeah, that's literally my first comment. Perfectly acceptable and typically is going to be more efficient than other options. Creating a Second, it is well documented within the Epic documentation. And he feels this is an attack against him? I didn't start attacking him until he wouldn't drop it. Of a tick actually is less efficient than the C++ version in ways that other nodes aren't. Third,
Here comes.
I've done entire tutorials on tick and a lot of the misconceptions around them and their use. Fourth, it is one of the things I actually submitted to Epic when I did my Epic authorized instructor certification.
Yeah, if Epic gets it, you won't be that long enough.
Video I had to send to them of my teaching was on ticks. Actually, the first one was pretty much this. Actually, the first one was Marble Boy, but for some reason that didn't record properly, so I sent them 2 other ones. Good to see this, actually. I'm hearing the sound issues. And yes, I shared that on my server, too. We need to have another variable for velocity.
Okay, let's see if we can find a...
Go back here, and velocity is actually going to be an F.
There was a part that he was attacking me like crazy. And it went only worse. And he blamed me.
C++, that is the, also that's not Unreal 5. That is Blueprint. This is really
It'll be
sad.
a long video.
Okay. Well, it popped up correctly there. I can't get it on their API. Sorry, that response was to you, AJ. Like my hands waving in the air like that. Ooh. I mean, he did send it to Epic, which I responded of, you were told 3 times to drop a topic.
Here you go.
Right. You come into a channel, you don't say hi. The first thing you say when you come into the channel is pretty much, hey, you're doing this wrong.
There it is. Guys, tell me down in the comments where did I said he's doing it wrong? Because this is the entire conversation that's going on with his nut job. I am telling him he is doing it wrong. Even though I clearly said there is not a big difference. Both run every second and every frame. Where is the part that I said you're doing it wrong? Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I thought. Also, where's the aggression? Please, where's the aggression? He's the aggressive person here, and he's only getting worse. I'm not aggressive at all. So if he thinks that well, he literally says there, explain the difference between, and all I respond is there's not that big of a, yes, there is a difference. There is not that big of a difference. 1, where am I telling him he is doing it wrong? And 2, where is the aggression? Please, let me know. Oh yeah, so here's where it also comes in where the high part, I didn't greet him in his chat. He thinks it's a fucking rule that people need to, they have to say hi in chat before they can say anything else, otherwise they're toxic. What the fuck, dude? Really? I'm not telling you you're wrong. Never saw the documentation, by the way.
Give me a second. C++ versus BP. Yeah, I know. Like, dude is like responded twice to my thing.
I don't know what is wrong with this guy, man. Something is off in his head.
This is honestly really sad.
Something is off with this guy's head.
Like, I admitted, hey, I might have misunderstood you, and here is why. And then, please, we're gonna move on.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, so? Who is aggressive now? Who is aggressive?
Authorized Unreal instructor.
Yeah, not for long.
Teaching.
Not for long. Not with an attitude like that, dude. What the hell? So, where's my aggression? I am pissed now, yeah.
Clearly. Also, it's called netiquette. Like, there is a etiquette for streaming when you come into a stream, and if you're gonna backseat code or backseat game, at least say hi to the person.
How are you? What are you actually doing? And making assumptions, as the
No.
saying goes, makes an ass out of you and me.
No, I never did. I never made an assumption. I mean, this face is just, this ugly face just shows how stupid this guy is too. It's the perfect picture.
This
So,
ugly
yeah,
face.
this is
Like,
great.
dude, have an actual argument. You know, ad hominem attacks just illustrates that you... Oh my god. Wow,
Who
this is just
toxic?
really pathetic.
Who is toxic right now?
I don't like people coming in, not greeting me, and saying, hey, you're wrong about what you're doing, without knowing what they're talking about.
No, I was clearly knowing what you were talking about at the point that I responded, because I responded on the part and I even told it, but yeah, I responded about explain the difference. His comment: explain the difference between a BP tick and a C++ tick. That is my comment about. So
I'm not gonna put a copyright claim. There's nothing to copyright. I thought he was just
I'm
sharing
not
the
going to
entire
say
like stream
hi.
on his thing.
I didn't attack him in any way, or any assumptions he made. So yeah, this is great. And again, this is a long video, uncut, raw, long video.
So, why
And as a reminder, I did get banned.
Exactly. Yeah, you got banned after I told you 3 times you dropped the
Go any
topic.
further on this guy,
3 times. 3.
because he's gonna be raging so hard at a certain point.
That's raging because I asked you to drop something 3 times, and the chat asked you to drop it even.
DM on the forum? I can't find it. And to be fair, oh god, that's why
Okay.
I'm feeling.
Let me go a little further.
Give me a moment.
Okay.
So he's
think
cherry
here's
picking
where,
too.
he-
Notice we're actually watching the entire review, and he is cherry picking from mine.
Where to?
Tutorial live streams you've been in. But I will
Oh,
tell
hold
you
on. Let me go a little bit back. Let me go a little bit back. Let me go a little bit back. Not so
Yeah,
far.
go to the part where I admit I might be wrong. Thank you. Does he really believe Epic? Yeah, no, they won't care.
And again,
Yeah, they won't care.
I don't know who that is, but
literally
that's not
opened
me.
that up as that next message came in.
No, sorry, I want to hear what he says. Sorry, I'm rewinding it a bit.
Perhaps I did. Perhaps I did pick up the wrong
And again, I'm Frank. I don't know who that is, but
Literally
that's not
opened
me.
that up as that next message came in.
Well, clearly you know I am speaking about you. Clearly you see I'm admitting I might be wrong. Thank you for showing true toxicity there, buddy. Does he believe? Yeah, I already responded to that one. Agreed, Noxy. I'll consider it a gift if someone dedicated their time. Yeah, honestly, this is kind of fun to watch. Like I'm enjoying this.
Perhaps I did. But I don't know how many coding tutorial live streams you've been in.
More than
But
you
I
can
will
count.
tell you,
I actually meant that you have done as well. Well, I meant both.
Okay,
Watched
say
and
hi.
done.
again, notice that I'm harping on that part too.
Yeah, don't know why.
Say, oh, hey, this
'Cause it's called etiquette.
or
Or
that's
netiquette, technically.
That doesn't match what you said. Typically, you're coming in,
I never said anything in that direction.
or like, there's a sort of level of toxicity and aggression. that is
No,
very common
no, it's not.
with people who come in the way you came in.
Yes, there is actually.
Respond that
Ask any streamer.
So
Seriously,
just as a reminder,
ask
guys,
any stream. Sorry, I'm muting it. I'm pausing it so I don't talk over him. Ask any streamer. In fact, actually, I know several streamers, from small-time streamers to partners to, you know, second or third biggest within their areas. So we're talking hundreds of thousands of followers, or millions in a couple of cases, on Twitch and YouTube, and they all have issues with this. Like, this is almost everybody, unless they are desperate for views, unless they're truly desperate for views, has an issue with coming in and going, hey, you're doing this wrong, or hey, have you tried this, or hey, without any greeting. Because when that happens, the way in which it usually is done is very toxic. You know, it could be backseat gaming or backseat coding. It could be any number of things. And, you know, perhaps he was coming in with good intent. I don't know what his intent is. I am not going to judge on his intent. That isn't my place to do so. It isn't right for me to do so. All I'm going to say is, like I said to him, to Freak Sheep, or Frank Sheep as I called him until I realized it was Freak, because I don't know if you realize how small the chat is for me on my other screen. Like, it's tiny. Like, that's a 4K monitor over there. It is not a small 4K monitor. It is massive. Do you know how big the chat is for me? That's how big the chat is. Do you know how easy that is to read? When you were looking in your periphery to keep an eye on the camera, or you're trying to actually look at code and you have other things going on the screen. But, so yeah, he hasn't streamed clearly. Like, there is zero evidence that this dude has streamed, from not knowing some of the netiquette rules to not knowing that names are often missaid. Like, I have seen so many names missaid, including my own, as I mentioned. But here I'm admitting, I don't know what you actually meant. But when this happens, we have people that typically will come in and be very rude. I am not saying that you yourself came in with that intent. I am saying as a streamer, that is how it comes across. And I am going to respond that way because there's very limited time. I then also, again, asked him to drop the topic 3 times. And he refused to drop it. I know many streamers who'd only give you the first chance and at the second would ban you.
This is how I came in. I did not say hi. There is not a big difference. Both run on every second. And both are not the best or most efficient way to doing it. That's not...
Also, if he's going to correct me on me mispronouncing his name, I really wanted to correct him on the fact he spelled EU5 instead of UE5. And all the other typos and grammatical mistakes in his work. Like, don't throw stones. Yeah. If you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. Sorry. If you're going to do ad hominem attacks, also make sure that your shit don't stink. That is life advice. Free.
Well, okay. I was just, again, literally responding on what he was calling.
Dude, he's at 36. Okay, we're not going to watch all 36 minutes. I actually want to eat dinner at some point. All right, yeah. Hang on.
Yes.
After the 1,000th, actually even after the 10th time of doing it, it is very irksome.
Is it? What is Jorksome?
I don't know.
Irksome. IRKSOME. Annoying. Yeah.
English, please.
It is English, buddy. Hang on. We're going to use the OED. Oh, I don't like that one. No, I'm not actually going to post it.
For all I know.
No, I'm not.
A lot of the names on the server versus YouTube don't match, and even if you're on my server, there's over 500.
Wait, hang on.
What is Jorksome?
I don't know you.
English,
Irk somebody.
please.
I mean, you could be on my server for all I know.
No, I'm not.
A lot of the names.
Actually, you were. Don't lie. You left the server. In fact, you know what I'm going to do, because no one else can see it. I can't actually show you the full window for, obvious reasons, because it's the admin channel. That's from today. He left the server. Yes, you were. Don't lie. Okay, this is just, yeah.
On the server versus YouTube don't match, and even if you're on my server, there's over 500 people there. I forget names left or right.
No, I'm not. I will never be.
You were. You left.
It's you coming in and going, where's your exact line? There's not that big of a difference. It can read very differently than how you have intended it to read.
No, No.
Yes, it can. If I am the recipient, how I receive what you say matters. Just like if I went to K-Beard and went, hey, K-Beard, you dumbass, you're doing this wrong. Why don't you do it this way? I might say dumbass, sorry, K-Beard, in a friendly way. Like, I might actually, I have friends who I actually will do that with. Like, we have that kind of relationship where you can go in and be, hey, you're being an idiot, stop being an idiot. And it's perfectly fine. And they'll receive it one way. I have for other friends who I don't know as well. And I know I'm picking an extreme example, by the way. But if I were to speak to them that way, they would take it as badly for obvious reasons. Now, let's take a less extreme example. Just because apparently human interaction is something that this person isn't familiar with. Holy crap. And yes, that was an ad hominem attack. I know that I am now being slightly hypocritical. But to be fair, once you open the doors, and again, I haven't actually attacked his misspellings and his grammar mistakes. I've just pointed them out, and because he's trying to correct me in English when I'm using an English word. Like, oh my god. Irksome. Irk. To irk. Irk is a word too, by the way. Like, oh my god. Yeah, no, I use, like, if Chica was here, I was going to use Chica. Like, the way I talk to Chica, for example, me and Chica can rib on each other a fair amount. We can even correct each other's coding a fair amount. And it is something that works. If I spoke to Noxie, Sam, K-Beard, the same way I speak to Chica, and they didn't know me, they hadn't spoken to me before, that would go very poorly. If in a community where there is a known level of toxicity, and yes, there is a known level of toxicity within the development community, and you come into someone's stream who you don't know and are potentially correcting them, keyword there, potentially, and it is received that way, that is on you for your phrasing, or you for not greeting the person, or you for not whatever. Let's not harp on that detail.
Not really. I think 90% of the people that watch this video.
So I'm assuming you've had people come into your stream telling you, hey, you're doing this wrong.
Yeah.
Numerous times.
Yeah.
But she never answered actually in stream.
Talking about.
Yeah.
Even if they haven't watched what you're doing or know what references.
Again, notice I asked that actually later on and
Yeah,
multiple times. He
but
never actually answered
okay.
this. He said he wouldn't.
Yeah, but I never said I am doing it wrong. 2, if someone comes in my chat.
Hey, okay,
And he
we're done with this. Yeah, honestly, we're done. I just want to see if he deleted my comment.
This is about the most toxic YouTuber that I have met in my entire life. So let me explain what is going on.
Actually, I am gonna give him this. Okay, now we're done. Oh, he's responded again. Dear God, he's okay. He's responded twice. Hang on. I'm only seeing one of them. Oh, I don't want to actually respond. I'm done. Okay, yeah. Like, I try to move away from the topic multiple times. This guy is clearly butthurt and isn't letting it go. All right. Now we're done. Dear God, did you actually respond? Okay, yeah, no, I'm done with that. All right, that was a very interesting end to the stream. Yeah. By the way, I just want to quickly point out, I think I mentioned during the Edge Scroll video for the RTS remaster, that's when I mentioned the C++ file I was using as a prep file. Trying to act like, if you watch that video, I don't think you realize how many edits I had to do of me just looking at it going, is that the right node or is it that one? Because of how the lines all line up. If you don't know what I'm talking about, instead of having just 4 branches on the edge scroll, there's now 8 branches to handle the corners and the various speed settings for it. And it just honestly, trying to read this, like this bit, that would be one of them. Trying to read that bit was just such a weird nightmare of trying to, like, I honestly, like, I really wish I had done this in Blueprint beforehand instead of C++. I think I edited out like 10 minutes of just, not 10 minutes, it was actually, that one might have been the one that was 10 minutes of editing, where it's just dead space for 10 minutes interspersed between each of the condition checks. Oh, all right. So thank you guys for the feedback. I will actually create a community poll for the name of that third replicated game that we'll do in this series. And we'll see how it goes from there. Yeah. I'll take on board the feedback. Sam, with regards to the other guy's tutorial, to make sure that I'm not doing the same approach he did, I'll watch it through. If it is the same approach, if it is the same approach, then I will return to it and edit it so that it is not, or rewrite my content so that I'm not replicating what's already been done. I can't remember if it was AJ or if it was K-Beer that asked about the file structure thing. Let me actually just quickly note that. Sergey, I know you're not here, but I'm going to remember to put this in now that I'm thinking about it. Coyote time. Thank you for that idea, for including it in tutorial. And details on file structure. And we'll add to the end of this one, not to the end of it, but just the end of my notes, introduction to file structure. And I'm just gonna make a note on this, especially. So if anyone doesn't know, ESP, full stop, is an abbreviation for especially. Yes, I am sorry, that was bad form of me. Especially, okay, that might be interesting because I'm doing both C++ and Blueprint. Thanks for that. Again, I'll watch it through. I actually do tend to do that. I tend to watch other content creators' videos once I have made a plan for mine to make sure that I'm not doing something too similar to what they're doing. Unless I've already seen it and have decided I don't like what they've done, I want to do my own version instead. A la the paid RTS course that inspired me to make my RTS course. Especially for security within rep. Okay. Let me just make a note here on that, actually. Double check vid Sam sent with regards to overlap. Sure, I know what I'm doing with that one. I know what that means. In regards to content overlap. Okay. Ba-bum. Yeah, so you can see there's the Battle Royale series notes. Okay. Any other final... Oh, hang on. Let me come back down here and wait one more note. And for this one, what we're going to do... For this note, that is... Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. I just saw, community poll on name. Okay. All right. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. I will open it back up. Does anyone have any other suggestions for things they want to see changed, added in, think would be useful for beginners, what have you? And it's fine if you don't. Like, it is just a, it is just it's up to you. If sorry, it is just if you feel that whoa, sorry, I had his video still apparently playing in the background. That was, yeah. He deleted my reply. Aww. I don't understand. Okay, actually, I hate to bring him back up, but the heck does that mean? Like, I actually am legitimately struggling. Yeah. You two other than this, you do good work. I think he is trying to say, other than this, you do good work. I am very confused, though. Like, I don't know what I honestly, legitimately do not know what he is trying to say. Like, yeah. Let me just bring my Twitter back over here, where I was, looking at it. I would like to see how, hang on, sorry. I would like to, yeah, I'm having a hard time reading right now. Again, the chat is actually tiny, even looking at it. Like, it's bigger on the screen I moved it to for you guys to see, because this is a 2K monitor. Like, the monitor right here in front of me, 2K. Monitor over here where the chat is, 4K. And for some reason, that box does not scale well in 4K. And even if I set this monitor to 2K, it still, for some reason, does not scale well. Like, I don't know why. In fact, actually, they're the same monitors, except for the 4K and 2K difference. Like, they're the same series, just one is a slightly newer version. The newer one doesn't work as well as the older one. It would be good to see how to set up a C++ project or turn a BP project into a... Okay, so after, like, Unreal 4.25, this is a quick note, Noxy, or Nox, you can't do Blueprint to C++ anymore. You can, like, how do I explain this? Before 4.25, when you attempted to, you could easily convert a Blueprint project to a C++ project by adding a class file to it. And it would create the solution file. With Unreal 4.25, it might have been 4.24 actually, I can't quite remember. It no longer allows you to create a class file. If you get around that, and you can get around it, it doesn't create the solution file, and it leads to a whole bunch of issues. Like, me and a couple of people spent some time trying to work around it. There are some hacky workarounds that I found. Now, mind you, this was a year ago. Actually, about a year and 4 months. So I'm not entirely sure if that approach has been fixed and if it's able to be done now. But all C++ projects can be blueprint. All I have to do is either convert a C++ file, or sorry, not convert, derive a child class and a blueprint by right-clicking, and I can show you how to do that. I can do a tutorial on it even, or by just right-clicking a class file and deriving, or alternatively, you can right-click and just create a blueprint file. But yeah, if you're working in anything newer than 4.25, and again, I think it's 4.25, I honestly can't remember. It might be 4.26 even. It doesn't allow you to create class files to convert a blueprint project over to C++. And in fact, if I remember correctly, and I honestly could be misremembering here, I believe it isn't, but yeah, that is the old conversion process. I want to see something. Let me do UE4. We're going to do 4.25 because that's where I think the change happened, because you used to be able to do it. That's also, I think, the name of the person who I was looking for earlier. Oh, I want Epic's documentation because I remember that is their learning hub. But by the way, if you don't know about their learning hub, please take a look at it at some point. It is quite useful. This is more recent, November. You're supposed to. You know what? Maybe I'm misremembering all in, and I could be completely wrong. So what we're going to do, this is an Unreal 5 project. File. Oh, this is already in C++. I believe this is 4.26. Yeah, Sky Atmosphere. This is at least 4.26. Another way to quickly tell. Ooh, ignore my stomach, please. Sorry. I was blind for a second. Jesus. Yeah, this is 4.26. Okay. Because I didn't do this in 4.27. That I knew. It was either 4.25 or 4.26. Yep, okay. So, if we do new... Oh! Okay, it does allow it. I remember having issues with this. Huh. I have completely misremembered. I don't know. I don't know why I misremembered that. Okay. Yeah, I was wrong. So Nox, to do it, all you do is new class file. I would create an empty one just so you can easily delete it and don't have to worry about any overhead. And you'll have a solution file. Yeah. But I can do a proper tutorial on that topic if you want. And that wouldn't be too hard to do. Are there any final thoughts, concerns, questions, things people are curious about?
No.
By the way, he has said he's not afraid of confrontation. He has yet deleted my response to him being wrong about something. Oh, I don't know why I love this sort of entertainment for some reason. Yeah, this is going to be a very short one. This was meant to be only 4 hours. We're past 4 hours. Jesus. Yeah, I am calling it here because I definitely need to eat. It's almost 11 here. So I'm going to leave you all. I will be back online in a little bit. Also, the guy's been on the server since, yeah, April. Yeah. Oh, I honestly want to post that because I have. Hang on. I actually can show when he joined the server. And even being greeted. And even talking on thing. Like, I wasn't on their server ever, and I wouldn't. Dude. So, his claims. 1, that I was aggressive. Yes, I got aggressive when he wouldn't drop the topic after saying drop it 3 times. 2. See, I admitted I was aggressive. And I also said the reason why. 2. That I didn't use correct English with the word irksome. Despite actually sending him that dictionary link, he has deleted that. 3. That he wasn't on my server. I've shown you him leaving the server. I've showed you now talking on the server. 4. The ad hominem attack against my face. 5. Oh, sorry. Going back to 3 for a second about the... 2 about the word. Whichever one it was. Whatever one I said about my English thing. When you have as many typos as you do, don't correct other people's English. Also, don't engage in ad hominem attacks unless you want someone to call you out for your toxicity. The number of replies to my... oh my god. It's honestly... oh god, I don't know why this is making me giddy. Like, it honestly makes me happy. Alright, I am leaving it there. Sam, thank you for being here, man. Thank you for that link. I will double check that the content does not overlap too much. Vic, yeah, I know. I got so hung up on finishing out that one part and then laughing over Twitter. Had I not seen the Twitter notifications pop up, yeah. Okay. Everyone else, thank you for being here. It was lovely seeing you all. I hope to see you tomorrow again at 12:30 BST, so British summertime, hour different than GMT. We'll be doing our game engine work and maybe working on the neural network. I haven't decided. And then on Monday, the next survival, not RTS, sorry, don't want to get anyone's hope up. Next survival series video will be out. And as always, I look forward to seeing you in any one of those days or on the Discord server. And if you're not already on the Discord server, links in the description below. Sorry, I'm trying not to laugh. And if you, feel free to join the community. I look forward to seeing you guys in the future, and I hope that you have a wonderful day.